Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products na dear makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniton, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramientra the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Go Ghana. Ghana, are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all. Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Now,
Susu sang kwai bia wan to na bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wabra yan shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
I know that we have a lot of different types of drones. So just take us through the types of drones that we have out there. Because I've seen some very big ones and very small ones.
Yeah. Okay. So here we have different types of drones. We have the quad. We have the
quad.
Okay. So the quad is a 4-motor drone.
4 motors.
Yeah.
Okay. So how far can that one go?
So it depends.
It depends
on the battery that it's using.
Okay.
It depends.
Right. Okay. So which other types do we have again? Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Mauli Aholimega. As you can see, I have in my hand this tool right here. This is not a video game controller, but this is actually a transmitter which is used to power drones. And on this episode, I have here with me a drone expert. His name is Shaibu Adams, where we'll be exploring inside the mind of a drone. Shaibu, welcome to the show. How are you?
Thank you.
Great. I'm doing very well. You have some very exciting things to show us.
Yeah.
Now, just first of all, what exactly am I looking at right now?
So you are looking at a 6-inch drone that I have here.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So what went into the idea of you developing and creating this drone?
Okay. So actually, I'm looking at building a drone that we can use to teach, like a purpose of learning. Yeah. So I'm actually looking at using the items that we can actually get in our country to build a simple drone for learning.
So this is for specifically learning purposes. Yeah. But what are the other uses that people can use drones for?
All right, so we can use drones for filming, we can use it for photography, we can also use drones for delivery, we can also use drones for land surveying, a whole lot of things.
Okay, a whole lot of things. So it's beneficial for some specific sectors, right?
Yeah.
So now let's go into the mind of the drone itself. I know you developed this yourself, right?
Yes.
So just take us through exactly everything that makes this drone function.
All right. So I have a GPS.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I also have the brain itself, which
is the mind in itself. Okay.
Yeah. Which is the Adu flyer.
Flyer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also have a receiver here.
Okay.
So this receiver communicates with the
transmitter
that you have here. Yeah. We also have a speed ESC, which is the electronic speed controllers.
Okay.
So they control the speed of the motor. We also have the brushless motor.
Brushless motor.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So the normal motors that we use in our cars, these small cars are called the brushless motors.
Okay.
So they are called brush motors, but these ones that we use in drones are called brushless motors.
Okay.
We also have a 5-inch blade here, 3 blades.
That's the propellers, right?
Yeah. So they are the propellers. We also have a voltage regulator here.
Voltage regulator.
Yeah,
okay. So to regulate the power in itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
We also have a LiPo battery here, which powers the whole system.
Interesting. So now I just want to touch down briefly on the battery. What's the capacity for the battery and how far can this fly?
So this battery has 600 milliamps per hour.
Okay.
Yeah, 600 milliamps, and we also this is 7.3 volts. Yeah.
Okay.
So LiPo batteries don't really they actually discharge early. They actually discharge fast.
Okay.
So let's say the 7.3 volts that I have here. Let's say our drone can fly for about 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, and it will do the work that you want it to do.
Yeah, we also have a battery called a lithium.
The lithium battery.
Yeah,
okay.
The lithium battery actually discharges slow, so your drone can keep long in the air whilst flying.
Okay, so briefly, you developed this from scratch yourself.
Yeah.
How long did it take, and what raw materials did you use to develop this drone?
All right. So first, let's look at the frame. The frame here, I actually designed everything in my notes.
Okay. So you drew it yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
I drew it in my notes. After I designed it on my computer.
Okay. You have a software to design it?
Yeah, SolidWorks.
SolidWorks. Okay.
Yeah, actually 3D works. So after designing, I printed out the frames, the motor mounts, which are these orange ones that you see here.
Okay.
So they are the motor mounts. So the motor mounts here, I use the 3D printer to print them out.
Okay.
Yeah, the 3D printer.
Which is the machine that's able to duplicate the items, the objects, the miniature objects and all that. Okay, great.
We also have wood here.
Wood, okay.
Yeah, the reason why I use wood here is because wood actually decreases the vibration of the drone.
Okay.
Yeah, the vibration caused by
shaking.
the motors. Yeah.
Okay.
The wood actually decreases it. That's why I use the wood for the base of the drone.
Okay. I know that we have a lot of different types of drones. So just take us through the types of drones that we have out there. Because I've seen some very big ones and very small ones.
Yeah. Okay. So here we have different types of drones. We have the quad. We have the
quad.
Okay. So the quad is a 4 motor drone.
4 motors.
Yeah.
Okay. So how far can that one go?
So it depends.
It depends
on
the
battery that it's using.
Okay.
It depends.
Right. Okay. So which other types do we have again?
We also have the drone with 6 motors.
6 motors. Okay. So 4 motors, 6 motors.
We also have the bicopter, which has 2 motors.
2 motors.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So just take us briefly to the functions of those drones and how they work.
Okay. So they all actually, let me say, they all perform the same
function. Okay.
Yeah, but we also have these type of drones that use only 1 motor, which are the monocopter. And even we also have these drones called VTOL. VTOL is the hybrid of drone and an RC plane placed together. So the plane is going to actually take off vertically.
And then
we don't need a runway for the plane. So it's actually going to take off vertically. So that at that point it's in a drone ability mode. Drone mode. So it's going to take off vertically. Then after we are going to transition for it to move like a plane. So that's the VTOL drone.
Interesting. Yeah, so I know we use some drones actually in agriculture. So just briefly take us through how that process works. for those who use drones for agriculture?
Okay, so actually they build a normal drone like this, but a very large drone.
Okay.
Yeah, which has a very large motors. Everything is really, really big, but the brain, the receiver, and the GPS are the same.
Are the same, okay.
Yeah.
So it's almost the same tools, but then different applications.
Yeah.
All right.
So at that point, we are going to add a gallon to it. So let's take it as a gallon, which is going to contain the...
Like, let's say the fertilizer.
The fertilizer,
like, okay.
yeah.
All right.
So there is a sprayer also under, which is going to spray the farm while the drone is moving.
Interesting. So we use drones for farming purposes, for pictures. I know the U.S. military have drones that they use for war and combat and surveillance and all. If you can briefly share that with us as well.
Okay. So recently, one country invented a drone called the Puma AE.
Puma AE. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
It's like a drone used by the militaries. Yeah. So it actually, if you see it, we actually say they are planes. So it's like a remote controlled planes.
Okay.
But most have been saying drones.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we actually put them in the category of drones. Yeah. So they actually look like planes, and they do this bomb dropping. They also do this land surveying for the military.
Okay.
They use them for spying also.
Right.
So sometimes they can even create a drone that when you see, it doesn't even look like a drone.
It doesn't look like
something
a drone.
like a balloon.
Yeah, so you won't see it in the air. It looks like a balloon, but then
Yeah,
it's actually a drone.
It's actually a drone for spying.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you have the transmitter, which is the controller. I'm sure we'll come into it later. But then I've been learning quite a lot from you, and then I'll take a quick break and I'll be right back.
Sure.
I've been speaking with Shaibu Adams, and he's a drone expert, and we are exploring the mind inside the mind of a drone. We'll be right back after this break.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy. Oh,
McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back from that break on BizTech. I still have here with me Shaibu Adams, and he's a drone expert, and we've been exploring inside the mind of a drone. Shaibu, Charlie, I've been learning a lot from you. Now it's time to actually see how the whole thing works. So take it away. So I'm sure we would have to infuse this and this. So you take it away and then just power it, and let's see how the whole thing works.
All right.
All right. Okay.
So
you drop it for a while.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what are you doing right now?
So right now, I'm going to power the drone. I have some plugs here. One plug from the battery itself. I also have one plug from the battery regulator.
So everything is connected. You have to connect all the cables.
Everything is connected.
Okay.
So the connection is actually done by using the jumper wires.
Jumper
so you
wires.
can see I have a whole lot of jumper wires here that I use for the connections.
Okay, interesting. All right.
So we are going to power. As soon as we power the drone, we should have a sound.
A sound. Oh, okay. So that means that signals that it's on. Okay, yeah, I just heard the sound. Interesting. So now it's received the message to the brain, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we are good to go.
Okay. All right.
When you power it and you start smelling something, then you should know that everything
it's about to go.
Yeah.
All right. Interesting.
So the next we are going to look at is the transmitter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So briefly explain to us everything that we are seeing here.
All right. So we have different types of sticks and switches here. Yeah.
Okay.
Now we have the first stick here, which is the throttle. So the throttle is actually going to power the drone to move up and down.
Okay.
Yeah. We also have the yaw.
The yaw.
Yeah, which is going to move the drone this way. Yeah.
Okay, so left and then right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We also have the row.
The row.
So the drone is going to roll to the
right, either to the right or to the left. Okay.
We also have the pitch.
The pitch as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
The pitch stick. So the drone is going to move forward or backwards.
Okay.
We also have some switches here. So we have the three-way switch here.
Three-way switch. So that's like the gear, right?
Yeah. So I can actually use these switches to change the mode of the drone. So let's say I want to use the stabilized mode, I'm going to change it. Let's say I want to use the altitude hold, I'm going to change it. Or I'm going to use the loiter mode. Yeah, I'm also going to change it. Yeah.
Interesting.
The same as these ones also. And we also have the screen
board in itself,
which shows the voltage. You can do a whole lot of things on this screen.
So you can do the settings and everything.
The settings, yeah. We can also do the binding also on this transmitter.
Okay, all right. So take it away. You can power it, and then let's see how the drone will.
Okay, so now we've turned it on.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I see that the screen is on.
Yeah.
Okay. So what next? We'll have to do the loiter and the.
Okay. So for now it's on stabilized mode.
Okay.
It's on stabilized mode. So we are going to arm the drone.
Okay. So I think we can stand up and then we'll see it in flight mode as well.
Sure.
Okay. So how do you arm it?
So we are going to move the throttle stick to the
right.
Yeah,
okay.
For 5 seconds.
For 5 seconds.
For you to start.
Okay.
For the motors to start moving.
Okay.
Which means it has armed.
So we should be seeing the propellers moving in a few seconds, right? So that's 5 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, great. Okay. Oh wow, it's on now. Interesting. So this means that it's now powered.
Yeah.
So it can go into flight mode.
Yeah.
So you now have to control it from your end to make sure that it comes up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you take it away.
All right.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. Wow. So this can stay in the air for about how many minutes?
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. So whatever function you give to it, it will work. So I'm sure you had to infuse some artificial intelligence into it.
Yeah. So the intelligence that I actually gave it is for you to stabilize itself in the air. Also for you to hold its altitude or give it a loiter mode, and we can also program it so you can see now it has stopped.
It has stopped. Okay.
Which means I'm not moving.
Yeah, because
it,
you didn't.
That's the smartness of the drone also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So it's going to stop by itself.
Okay.
We can also give it the loiter mode. The loiter mode where the drone is going to hold itself in the air.
Okay.
It doesn't matter how you are going to move the drone is still going to be.
It still have to be, okay, all right. So you can power it again. I'm sure our viewers want to see how it works again.
Yeah.
So we'll do 5 seconds. We'll do 5 seconds and then, it will go up again.
All right.
Okay, so we'll arm it for 5 seconds. Yeah. Okay, I see the propellers moving. And then we'll go into flight mode. Yeah. Interesting. So you can send this wherever you want it to go, right?
Yeah.
And you do all this on the transmitter.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. So for the educative purposes, the ones you said this is for educative purposes. Yeah. How have the students that have been using this to learn, how have they been receiving this innovation that you've created?
So actually, we are going to teach them how to fly.
Okay.
Yeah, and also how to build the drone as well.
Okay. So you teach them how to power everything, and then how to build it from scratch as well. Okay. So you've been doing this for quite some time.
Yeah, so let's say I started 2021.
2021. Yeah. Okay, so let's say roughly some 3 years now.
Yeah.
So where exactly do you want to see this go? And like, what are the other innovations that you have out there that you'll be using for these teaching purposes? Or,
okay.
Yeah.
So I have this. Actually, you asked the first question. Where exactly do I want it?
Yes.
Yeah. So let's see. Now the world we are entering is full of technology.
Yeah, that's true.
So actually, this drone can. It's going to get to a time that we are going to have taxis that are flying.
Yeah,
taxis that are flying.
I mean, we've even seen some from even some of the
so we'll be having
car
some
companies
in Ghana very soon. Yeah, we are going to.
Hopefully you'll be the one that will build that for us.
Sure.
All right.
We are looking at that also. We're also looking at drones doing delivery. We're also let's say these boats, food, and all those stuff.
You want to take their jobs, eh?
No, they are also going to get some of our drones doing their delivery for them.
Yeah. All right.
So as always, a lot of people have been saying that robots are going to take most of our works. It's true. Drone is a robot.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So it's also going to take some of the works that we have. So something like the filming also.
For the filming industry as well.
Yeah, the filming industry. You know that the old times they've been using this helicopter with someone with a camera taking the view in the air.
Yeah. So now this will change things a bit.
Drones are doing all those works.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Shaibu, it's been very interesting learning inside the mind of a drone with
Sure.
you, and thank you for coming on the show. I've been speaking with Shaibu Adams, and he's a drone expert, and we've been learning and exploring inside the mind of a drone on this week's episode of BizTech. Before we go, don't forget to log on to our website, www.GhanaWeb.com. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. I am Maoli Aholmega. Many thanks for watching.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker, Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Appiah products na dey makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramientra the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Go Ghana. Are you struggling to?
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniton, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcake, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Kase Adia, Afia Schwarzenegger, HM1 Diamond Appiah, or more in term at it say Tinton times as our own follow notice. We join the GD our social media. La la la, sister. In come on, Asaba, Ufie beam, and no pay me, shall be I will be ano. I hope so. Where I the Yamiase, see us our court near San Babium. In come on, our GhanaWeb TV. So, me dear, Mamma Kirche, send your winning no entertainment industry, no some coso. Nya what say ya, Anya or den ye or den no, and ya swan in say Kufu, I'm the Baba Somo. Now, once on your best chance, no me, charming, Mammy Ba, ya the Bibia, Ashes yourself. Ane mesama wakwa ba ede ba nkomo ho e wo GhanaWeb TV so media ne mame akuache ai nimdia hima ba kope ena so ya san bebiom de ye ba ya nsama akoso entertainment industry ni na munim sa na sentem de kopiem e wo Nigeria we dey support your own ankasa ne nya ne se raba bi aye fe no se Hilda Basi ne nya ne se o chema o person no so o break record bi e wo Guinness Book of Record ni munitenu to no ko ye aduane kama pa ya tu ni din se kukaton ne kokko wie na chese ne ye da ho no ye chema onipa no ye 87 hours and a few minutes bi nanso ye raba Hilda Basi Sunday o chema o person hit chese 100 hours kwa ne nkeka ho na chese nyame adom abayo etumi koya ni o start ye na chese kokko wie mkade no etumi abiti ye record ni ye pa na oguso a twense nyambe na dom na chese yetumi a confirm no ene na wotwe mu nyame na dom ne confirm me no after 1 month na to mu say nije asempa ne kopiem o social media o manfo congratulate ne twem sa oba Hilda why de ye pa na enu mu no so no na chese ba ye no na o manfo hwe mum se senka because na nam social media hwe mu so otumi ye 100 hours no straight na so ba ye no na wona Guinness Book of Record for na yo modie no hwe mu etama na Hilda Basi guso enu aduane no ojimre kakra bi emante kokko wiem na chese sa emre no omuti ni nyina edi firma no ntini wentumi anya 100 hours na mom no mu chema 97 and a few minutes bin so eka nso ni nyina nkogu no ade a de ye pa na ni abayo Hilda Basi utumu se bae no asem no na ni de ye pa ene sen enye video bi na twagu ye pa wo social media na chese video e ko capture ni bi ne rabai chese ohuni onye no de nyame ase de nyame so chema senka ye nyame a nkono Hilda Basi de nka dwumedie wentumi endi nanso nkogu no o chema ne dwumedie a odi ye je so person ye no de hye mebu no nkran se bibia ye betu ye ne de etosu bia no ade ye betumi aye nti no Ghana for Nigeria for ne amana African countries nyina ne ye chema se Hilda Basi wa ya ade nsie ma wa mo ankasa na yegusu agina Nigeria memu ho na akopiem wo ho no ma Abrante wa chese ni din edeye nnyum so edeye pa a chese manfo na efe no se Davido echema sisi anu ewo mu se ayo abonyom na album sabane ahodo nanso eye ne ba ifanyi adeleke anansen yebeto dwa se wato na nanom wonse do no o se enumreni no pe bia dada obenyane bia no chese na esu ne areho ahye ne chese ahye na komemu ma esan se ne na osi do ne ba ana chese one nam ne nche ne di agro de ne di nkitan wa ne nkeka wa chese odenya ya na areho sem ato ne ba ifanyi no tumu se na ye na areho ye pa na otwema nansen ni album kra o release na manfo feel seni obey na nkare ho nyomo nko ache so mbere be ho ne nkeka na so David chema obaye ne album ni pie no bangers upon bangers out mu se na nya asem ketakra o chema sisi anu nyomo odi aba ne dwumedi a odi nyina ne maami asebi oni atiasefo asati su biem ene ne ba ifanya o mtisi o munyina o gidi so mo wo heaven o chema o munyina onim pa so mo chese o mra ho anu nyom no so no o mudi di asaye pa na so se ne nyina nkogu no eyade a ne ba ifanya ni wo wu ye no de onu Davido echema eyade a eha ne yi ankasa Yemfri Nigeria ne mbepiemu ewo Ghana hanom ne na oba ekuapim polo Rosemond Brown edinsemfo bi atudwa a mekra ma me akua se meda na medwin asem no ho a I can't think far me think far so a I can't think madness enesen ekuapim polo echirema so no ene ne dofo omo honom ye pa na ne dofo no bɔ no ho modern edenensa ekwohye sebio na hemu be ade ketua na eto ho na ye fe no secretaries no odidi agro kakra unua ni ato no o chema na wotwe ni nyina so ojunso ani obejunso ajunso sense o chema ade na ede so chema wo so na ma na ne ho nyina ye ni ji asa wati egu ne so na ni nya na okasa fa na sentemu ye conversation bi akoso pai amanfo bisa se asobia uni obema anampo uni obi wo honom na se de bia no ota ne wa ade na didi agro aya no ha ne ma ne wo mu bebra na no na cheso ne samike edi nkita ho ene e bisa no so ni de na wo sign onu dia yo feel ye pa o feel but ni health issues say wo ho ne say bia oya usa na chasa wo ho ba sebio na eba no na wo hye sen kono so be ma no so be yo bibi na so say kokko wiem na se be ma na anya o hya wo sa se we ja o hange ni say ba ne sa na utumi yare na so ndi o kirema owo ho no pay eni ejai so no dofo de ne sa so mpa onu ekuapim polo eni sa week ni nyina onam every minute bia wo so ojonso every minute bia wo so ojonso eni buy social media for chem say ekuapim polo sisi ade wo judin yankasa e wo Ghana ha Na obaso no nyumtuni ayefia ne friend say eye efia nocturnal an odinsemfo bi atodwa a otwemu se ono apart from say otonyum no or side nyema bi oya omanfo enhyeda anim no kyerema sisia no onom no yobi a wosua nko China for tai chi kung fu shu ono kyerema sisia onom ya wosua bi yie pa ene wunni wa obeba se ono efia ba be kono onu be gina ne na mu ko gina de mo ko buko mbanko ho buko mayi are na ho no be bi o mo kokon ho no na e ho no efia be tro se ye ono so hye o twema o de bo ho modia na fa fight no fa bra na be fa nanim keke no so be tro se ni suade a wo suade nyina na ya de obema na manifest pa mate aye kama yi pa na o twema ni sua okosua ni nye se e bia o de ba be se ni ma na se bibi ba to no so wo no na wo so wonya side bibia wo ho no ma wo be use na be o de be ye entertainment be entertain no kakra na nye se e bia but ni nyina nkogu no se wunnim na obeka no ntokwa agbo homodi ane hu so no efie tirema ne te chai ne chai te na wakwa kosua no ya do bebo mu hu wadi asa hu so de ode bi ebe prawo pa Afia Schwa ein ene wiki mu so wasan so wa trende o tirema sisi ade ono ene ne nyonko Diamond Appiah sisi omunya besties biem Esan sebe ma make asisi a megina he I can say it on authority see e ka say e ade a Afia Schwarzenegger HM oni Diamond Appiah omo in term atiti say tinton tan say wa unfollow no say we join na chidi kra e wo social media any say na say ntem manfo e be kai say betodwa san Afia Schwarzenegger akwa ware ma tornado kra de America e ba e be confirm sample ampo Schwarzenegger ware ma chese wa ware ohini bi mu akoto so second wife e me atop prado e ne fine ko si say me ko wiem kra de Afia Schwarzenegger HM enye no kre we nyina no hyede yie pan na opese ene o outsmart eye tornado kokko wie mu so na chese tornado na ase adie senye koye na ase enimguase aya aka no na ne bai wa mafo aka bia masisi akra de akwa akogu ene de nyane ya obafia ase akwa akopeja ba ni nyina ne so nankasa ne bestie eye Diamond Appiah Oni ne Nana Brown ya na say Nana Brown say the expose nkwa na chesode abaga na hanom ene audio bi Nana Brown esa sende na pon Diamond Appiah esa sende ma Nana Brown echire musan Afia Schwarzenegger wari o na ne tornado kan ni nyina eye no kre na say kra prado ya eye Afia Schwarzenegger de call ekoye donation ni nyina efiri ohene kro no wari na ya mpa eno ena Schwarzenegger ya TikTok live odi ato manfo anim say na mo ye ka na mo fo na say Diamond Appiah onye madamfo ye wa acquaintance ene ye wo friend acquaintance say obi a mehia no ne ye din kita ho kakra bi pe na che say ye wie no obi akoni baby because Afia kire mo no ne namfofo wo nyina enim so no Afia on ware ye moreover so ware kra na ade ye da na nimpafu so ye no ankasa ne dia ware kra mpo and life na ye no ne dia anti adenti na won tumi meka e wo social media so ware obeka efa ho ben wan kan so mpo efa ho ben enti Afia Schwa kire ma on ware ye enti Diamond Appiah ni audio any videos I go social media and I'm so am I ka say dey chemo mo oni besties mienu sisi atresi na so oni dey by na sisi Afia Schwa so ne dey man chema sisi o muntemu na mfo miensen utumo se emu Appiah chese utumo se dewu ankasa Yembompini osofo kum chacha akache o chema sisi adoba Ghana hanoma asofo bebre a omone na enam no dodoa na chese o ma fefa baby o omom kwa akwaje honhom akwaje wonso obeje ni ombeje omaje esa so chema first asofo bebre no wono mo baaye anampo nyame to nsa from no na anoint na wo mo so afedi edu baby na so mu sa ade ni nkoye as members no obi afa ne line obi so chale eba ne sa na osofo no were frustrated afedi obi hu na je so won nam ejijiji nrua fine to chema Ghana man kasa oba asofo bebre no omnam eji omudin ye bo omudin efa akoba dodo na enye to mi efri nyame nyame anointing no free omoso kra nto mo na honhom na te so mo de na mo mudi ye djuma na so no kum chacha de o kire ma no de nyame eguso anam no so ye djuma eno so mposo kan nkogu no ye wa asofofo papa bia wa hanoma te so mo so nyankopon ene omudi agronti asofofo a kum chacha kire mo sa an mo akwajeje eyi na fan ekosi isen ye sire mo mo de na mo ni nyankopon tam sa mo nkoye reconciliation na chese nyankopon anointing no ensamra mo so biem Bishop Kwabena Siama aka Ajagraja ai sofupeni oda Ajagraja movement ano osofo choba asem na mi ken we die ode footwork kase pa we die kokoboso mposampo kan e de kokoma politicians eni mpanimfo ahodo bi omo Ghana hanom Ochema munjai o manfo mma enufu na mo no esanso ochirema sisi agana ma ya ba me ekua de me nkan nyame adum ntime me nkan ochirema emma no sisi ano manufu no kono ma ye de poison afa no enti mo amano munjai o ma mo warning. Don't say he didn't say it waba abontin aba be mama warning MPP NDC enemo amaka ocheba enche bia na abaso eba be koso ayema no so de mu ahodo na beba tuntum beba kokko beba orange beba green beba wona beba yellow nyina beba na so kire ma omu nyina omu be omu nufu ye omu de by mama numi poison say nko a umbe so bewu mo akwa chese we wie so akwa wie mu or hell ni ya chawachi ma abo ho modia na yu chese pe oba bitina emma bebo akwam nyina hwe no amfa ba akokran esan so chire ma sisi amba nufu no poison nko na aya no o chire ma sisi anu so nyame akopo adom ankasa no bishop ajagraja de sisi ado onu mo ba nufu bia biom na o chire ma fiti samra ojaye no sisi asomdwe nko a enu ntine we de o de fami so Emma media to mpenifo awodo politicians ane mo wakeka se munhwe mu yie pa isan se since emma ya ba no an yenufu na ye beba ma wanom no ya de poison aya no enu ntine ye bo mo kokko se munhwe mu yie na mo anom enufo na daachi bia no ankwankodane asem amamo. Na weekend so any chese story be a trendy ye pa e yankasa yanyum tuni Miss Bell I be 16 years. Na picture be a chese odi to social media. Oh, nefe de na efemum na ne nya ne san I Miss Bell afa ye funu. Miss Bell afa ye funu de ba man fo chim say eh na sister yi okoye ne daben e na sister ne ye fun epie say na me a wo bisa mi I also don't know. Me I will be some say no ban say me so me nim but ye nyina ye hu say ne nam social media the pictures or that to musa chale e solid ankasa wa gene up and down pink abo bra bi kakra wo inside a gene heel oh aso ye ponytail bi ono ankasa ni to musa na e kama ye pa the bind the congratulations dey akobi ye pa man man fo twem say why ya de na Omanfo nso nim sesi amazebo o hyenkawa o. Omanfo ebisa I still don't understand why people are asking me say na why na ware no. Me nso me nimo. Bia one day otunsa e de frɛ nkofo na sɛ otunsa de frɛ mamiekua na sɛ mekwa information bi o de be me so bo mo modi ansa ba be ka cho ba sisi ameka say dia I Miss Bell enye ma che so otumu sɛ efopin no solid e pa o twemu san sɛ nyame ya na dompa na sɛ wono ankasa mpo ehu sɛ Rihanna nanse ne nam a che so otumu san na ne yefu otumi anyem awa ene ono Miss Bell so wo gidie ye pa sɛ nyame ya na dom no so betumi awo papa na so sisi ye twemu dia an aba betodwa sɛ Miss Bell enye ma che sɛ ye nyina ne expect se jambe na dom na chese wa wo no de owo de to no so news bi anso no me ma me akua me de bebrel na no di tornado ai ene mesbon sense mi odin se mfo bia beto dwa wo twemu se ade bia mesbon ye no eye ne ya mo no tornado sisi oti we odwen ho a onti ase so mpo a ondwen ho ene sen otwema na nsem bi na mesbon koye interview na ne interview ase no koka ase ai ono mesbon kasa na hufo bia wo no ma ofa odoka kra na adafofo no bedi na mpo de be mo no mesbon no wi a wo so otua ho ka na ne nsem yi kan de be ye deja no monfo etwiomadwen e de ko tornado se etwem se we de be ye tornado a ni na tamdie won beka bi eka bi na ye tornado echema emra nsem we nyina bai na nko hwe nim senka Miss Bell ebe bobo no homodin aka cho manfo se asem o kan yi mfa tornado hu bi anto manfo enjai esan so tornado chema no nkasa fa phone ebisa Miss Bell se odo Miss Bell enti se na manfo achio ma no te se sokodua wigu mi so enti won se ne kwa na se Miss Bell chema ono de onyanti show echi later on crashes asem no kra ewie na sana Miss Bell fa phone ade asin ne mede acha manfo sai ensem no kekan na tornado nkan na so chema ade a Miss Bell ye no eye ne ye so kasa anya ne ya pa na che so oboa esan so obi onim se mude mu ye basis na nsem wonwuma a wo boy ye se ono wa na twa video asem bi se aba na kpoja ono nkwan se ono nkwan ko sort ne self out ade ntina ya wo yesa otumo so chema asem no ehye ne ye panti ade a nani anjewon na we ena me gina so na chesema ko twa me ho sma on se me kase won se asemi pensuo bi anom tumi twa me ko pensuo bi anom me ba anya ka nyina so me de be somo.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all. enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Other for me, some of our by at the bank more so our GhanaWeb TV, Midian, Mamma Kiache, I Nimbia Himaba, Copem, Nimim, she'll be and one be you can argue with your phone. Nayan twas when you call in some for frost, so where a confu colleague na catching. No man for him say a few 2022 in November, more 17 one baby, and a bit just on Uncasana, a was so one baby, never near a horse semi pa. Neno Waka Piemu, a delay, Nijume dear so, and I just say, beside the moon semi, say, eh, now some nearby. No funny saying, Ochema, hey, no. Nankasa because one down gender. It's on one cassa on any a dinky town, just on no put a core hospital. At a sojina car park, chains and a river nature say, well, one what see as them then or mobile Munyamakufi. I fed your hormone, Nankasa, Nadam for your hospital, a becatron is a wunia, say now, call you went to me and would be say, Otumu Ochema, na are a whole year party, no ehano, and my ebe ne. Just or Jinwa on Tiasia, and I not delay this and sanity as a best how we be 1 or 2 years. Shanya meaning, Yenshanya meaning no kind of man for them will say, eh, beer, but I as usual to me enka. But colleague at your ma, send an area and any bang now call your man baby no, I dare see no, I affect no on to mean didi, on to mean that, be baby, or near who be seen it trimpe, now to say a funny trim, and to where dear, you go swire ma a colleague, I teacher them, send them go swa, not to say, what can not be beyond so I fine. Ghana ne nyum tuni Joe Metal Edinson Fwebi atudwa a otwemu say am pempi no manfo ebisa say oh na da ben na gospel artist na sebi ona ombo wiase nyum so da ben na che so ombe fiche omo ne na che se ebisa Joe Metal so say aso no so ye hye nanim so no so ne wona wo bo wiase nyum be yenyo no twemo no de assistance ne de hye da eni ne plans mu che so nyenye na adwempo so ne secular artist bia ebe bonyum na say amanfo enim se wo baga na hanom a ne ebi mu awodo na bi wo no ma omo ne nkofo bia bonyum te sesa akode say na say yehu say wa feature yen papa ba kwa che one ni nyina ye bonyum kama yie pa ana che say solid e wo Ghana hanom na che say Joe Metal onde ye bisa no wonsam ye onde ochirema assistance de ono onya nye na dwen kra say one eye nyumtuni ana secular artist bi be bonyum ba say nyame ye na dom na say osesa na dwen na say bibia changes bi ban so a e adam ekuanso mesa be bo amane se na be ya obehu sania eko. Na oba meji miche media personality sisi akopemu ewo United Showbiz Entertainment Jumedie na ono ana chese wodimi anampodimu chamehene no din semfo bi atudwa wo twemu se afi 2021. Can you believe and could you believe say Afia 2021 Father Dixon now no na say executive director despite media ochema or rejected ne kra so opono etremu say nya do betumi na ye adwuma ene san music kokopiem OKFM ene wo nkomodidie mu emu na say odin semfo bi tudwa oche na say all kaka ya beku santana ochemu beku santana ochemu say Afia 2021 me no ye de bibibi ekoma Father Dixon ene say we introduce me kan se me de fa me ho kama e ko wi na tum se enema o kan de na so ani ye pa na so kan se mo nyina wi de na Father Dixon kan Father Dixon e kire mai enya de obetumi agi onu mi ji e me na ba be ye adwuma wo despite se mi ji ka brofo dodo na wonim se despite so de Peace FM OKFM UTV eno mo keka mo nim se twia na cheso mudi hu dwuma enti enne wa akwa mi ji sombre mi ji no ba twi papa ben eno ba beka ba ne nyina nkogu no nyese na ebia na o ka no bone so na ase bibi na asem na no o ka ene ne kokosi asem so because yenkomba nyina na ne dua kopiem despite mi ji ya o ka se ya ono na sisi a United Showbiz ono na chese odi mi hu chia me ani interview mu no na chese de sansem we nyina ekokoto udwa Yembora politics mukakra na yankasa yinkuma wood actress endowed echinyampa enya sanketa kra meche Christian Awuni odin semfo bi atudwa o twemu se Afia 2024 de se onyame enkunu emfemfiri atiasefo asasi so a ono ankasa gine mu dzenzen na campaign pa okwakoye e de ma John Dramani Mahama former president a enya san ketakra esan so chema mampani Akufo-Addo sisi economy na ono ankasa memo na ho so bibia ye basa che so chema promises ahodo a Akufo-Addo beka gu o masoma che se o mu gi ni diye na se nadue bibia ye basa no ono kisa na wuni echirima sa nyame ye na dom na oti asenkwa dia afi 2024 do ono ankasa beje trouser na I'm just imagining the trouser how it will be on ye nyina egu so ayehye no chema beje ne trouser na waje ni shoe ene na campaign pa enya sem ketokra esan so chema former president apart from say onye president po Ghana hanom onim say sinitwafo bi a tesisi na bi omo ho aye mmemmemme kakra no a omo kwa pension no de bia John Dramani Mahama busumi bia koma sankofo enyina sika enwo mo dididi anyam na make omi ni hobi but kishana wuni sa na o kire ma mampani dada John Dramani Mahama na koma na doye ene ne oye e wo Ghana ni nyina ka ho ene no kishana wuni kire ma afi 2024 de obebo no homo de na chese wakọ campaign e de ma John Dramani Mahama na emuemu nso ena big quiz ayi ono so ye Kumawood ata papa na pampemu apa kakra do ayi tibitua na ayi witua na na ono no asem na making no kokopie mu ewo radio XYZ to the TV XYZ ne Power FM be sha de brai efu ma chese obi enim nia ekọ ne eba adentia big quiz e chirema MP Piamanyoko no e disappoint no ochema afi 2020 2016 sika ebejeje support ayebeje se na ebe betumi aboa na agege nto bwan kakran se ebe betumi aboa na dey support MP Piamanyoko se na ebe just for them to come to power ono big akwese chema no ogina mu didinde otu sika ni bi te so yi ni bottom e dey support ye ne nyina agina promises a mampani Akufo-Addo e dey ma ono ene sinichafo nyina ne due ya to aba e dey ama ma wo ba ya hwene ni aye koso ene eduane a wontumi nto nsu a wontumi nto kani a wontumi nto bibia ye basa ene obehwe big quiz e be ma pa ni nanim su utumu se na ye solid pa Nenuemu ena Kumawood sinitwafoi ai we do mo tiomo mate omo ye from artist for the NDC awu nyina kire mo nyina mo kom abom ena na ebu awom Christian Awuni wom big quiz wom ye se producers directors no mo ke kom nyoma mate omo ye from say artist for NDC ai artist omo kire ma nyame ya madom afi 2024 mo nyina fiti ene koya campaigns ahodo mba be ye ediama NDC Amanyoko no enya asem ketakro kire ma ombe ko villages cities and your door to door I wo hono ma ni aba be gbera ufie na chese baby bia kama na omu chema nia e chom nso no kran ne se mampani Akufo-Addo e show mo bosan oba be yes ne makakraka e dia mo na chese ometwa seni ewom we nya baby ankwankosi dan na ensise chebi na chebi sini twafo be na ho hwan no wo so oti chebi eastern region e twa sini sinifo nyina enkran ena afi Kumase ho no mo eso ya kwakosi sinema e wo chebi o se no omu cheme no kwa na chese echo omu nso a omu mpese mampani Akufo-Addo ne MP Piamanyoko no e ba betwa U10 bi kro omu no mu cheme afi 2024 de se de omu sie hie omu bo omu ba pa no we de kokobo pa MP Piamanyoko no eye artists for NDC Kumawood actors any producers any directors e cheme afi 2024 John Dramani Mahama ene ne NDC Amanyoko no chese moa ena mbaji mutu na sente mo baga na hanoma ena look alike be ya ena wo ho no ma me kra bi to me guso che me look alike a obeba na chese ma chese me be vibe a na nse one can promise there wo kwa me Eugene there wo keka sisi a de yedanya ne ya sofu penny a oda second chance anu a sofi aye friend Stephen Adum chei ai look alike aba ono ena afi Reverend Bofo omu nyina chese omu mienu omu look alike aba chese enya asem ketakro mu nam social media na nanse na nkofo edi ye video betu ja omu chrem se ejuma na de say o chema mesi nyumo omu ye walansa every day hand to man but fiti da nyame yo madum e mo be start so omu ye look alike siko omu nya no enye sika ketwa kra no ne no ena le onwe nsi ni twani ye chema abranti we utumu se one second chance for pay omu din kitanwo ye pan e we the spiritual sanangasa e de kokobo e de abre ye Stephen Adum cheni look alike o cheri sa abranti we mu beja ni amu ye na mu njaye o esan so no le wi na chire so ma ne home no so sisi ana wankasade a eye mu fe no ebe mu tan esan sade amu ye ensen fata adenti na monam ewu omanfo enim asesa na chese sa Reverend Obofo eni Stephen Adumche look alike won omo no omo nkun tokwa o omo mienu ni nyina enam eno mu pitchy piece but lo wi na chire look alike for Stephen Adumche edua Obo kokose shonwu ye esanse Ghana hanum no ba emra wa hanum na sane emra tie no bo mode aso na hwese emra no ne nsa anso mu se emra ne so mu a ehonum ena wo behu sese mu wonkofo a omo ba mu ho ban ono so le we no ebe trust ono so what times 100 nkofo mpenifo pa sa asemba sisi ana ombetumi aso mu we de kokobo kese pa na le win e de ma Stephen Adumche an ni look alike so mbo no mode a no hwe ne hu ye ansa na asem ato no e wo Ghana hanum
to look alike Adumche bia no enne e last warning anya sa sabe wo ye papa we ontim kwa mo pada onye bida ne mra o Ghana na nchewa ana se mre ne wo ye be fa wie ejina kotu wie a na sa nipa na abegina se unta nipa no so mpanimfo ni mpanimfo a ye ni more than 100 times benefit no town will tell emre na bechire
yenko piemu ewo sinicheni ejako abrantie na kache na omanfo enim se fiti last week hono ma wagini din wa trendy ye pa ni nyane se ne dan ba ko bi pa wakukuru a ade asiga na hanom na nyasam ketokra na ni dan ye ba ye no omanfo e ka ho asem echemu se Sebio edan fun beni na wo si dan ya na edan ben suni na nti style se wo Ghana hanya wontumi ensi style bi se we na abesi na chese ne etwa ne so ne kra so mu kire ma nti paints bebreba be paint a emu white emu nude eni emu colors we nya color bi anka nkofa se blue and white ema chese bi mu kra kire mu se we nyina chese we udi MPP amanyoko na chi ye pa na no na ejako emra or respond to ni amanfo kekenya na ocho mu se ma men kan kire mu na maso we ente so no ni paint na o se otoye no bucket bia ba ko 1700 Ghana cedis I enka titisika no 17 million paint banko na uche ma dan kukuru we wo sha paint an e na betumi dia paint utumu se bubro kwa na se paint ba ko bia 17 million what are you talking about utumu san we no utumu se bibia esom ni buye pa e na afa mu nso na mo na make ka se ani esan so odon MPP amanyoko ntiro cheda kwa fa blue and white no o se mo ntwen nyame ye na doma o san ba be fa red crowd aka no wie nso wakọ nwurem akakọ fa osunu kokroko no so e de ba be si dan na no na mo nyina mo hwara mo se ye nani abre adenti e na obi esi ni dan no mo atwoma no says Appiah, every kind of one samsa, more of a miracle, Miss Hamu, into Mamma Casacasano, but some Miss say single room cry, to me, Sibiana, big grass, I see 3/4, 1/4 plot cry, to me, maybe, or be so one home one day, Echo Crew Diane say, Eddie one, my bed, Bonyamin Pie and Yamia born, I was when you be, not just would you see that, no, because Sibia, oh, can once, but a jack was saying in Uncle Koguno, or Pessoa catcher say paint or tisica, a credit toy, and yes, Kaketwa. Way so. Ena mejina na medi enne nkomo hoju medi ni nyina abewie ye dasane nyame na doma ye besansumpo esen ehie biom medin mami akua che ai nimde hema ba kope o hia nwo krom na obo medin amme meju su say too until then onyame enhia ye nyina.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist Cupcake, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist Cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Now,
back canocre. Susu sang pine, dear one to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar aquafino, download to Lemonade Finance.
On this episode of Everyday People, we speak to a woman who has been selling roasted plantain, coffee brookman, for the past 4 years. I know you would be interested in listening to her story as well. This is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV with me, Victoria Chebafo. Come along, let's get talking. Mama Fosti, Michiao. Wait there, you see who senya eduma na esiko.
Eduma dey wa don see eguso.
O sha si ache. To say how many years ni?
4 years ni.
4 years. Wow. O say pempi no ye ma me no awofo we a ye wo ye nye pese ye doctor, pese me ye lawyer, pese me ye century, but e bia kwan no so na bibi sa akọ divert na say afi de. O so story na tsa na.
Ya we me dey insurance sa. Me ufo no ma fa me anko school.
Adentia.
Me nyi no dia ma me ka che me say. Bi baba say obaba de odi ni ko school a. Da chin obe ware akotena be ma bi fie. Nsenya de papa bi a obe ya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa ya anko school. Oh, silent here.
Oh. Nti omo maka no omo so edwuma be no mo yesa. Bi bo no betumi de ni ti ahwehwe mu sa na chaso no nkasa pe bi dia ma no sanete. Nti omo maka e ma 3 na omo maka no ti so mo ye den.
Ono so ba ko so tutu kokose ya ba ko de o wa kwantu nti ono ni Ghana ase.
Oh. So se kokko tutu no 4 years ni. Nti den ni den bi na chese wetumi e di ai.
Baby ma nya hwe. Ye be dia.
Ana o mba.
Bachwa mi onkola 4.
Omo mko school na say
penyin we nursing school. Oh, na de to aso SS. Asana ba ko DSS. And a last one no KG.
I see. O bon homodin pa, modern there. O bon homodin ye pa. Enti sisi ano say umba o tiba ko sisi ono no nursing.
We ni result mind ye nya posting.
Enti sisi say eduma ko bi ba na se aka say bi aban dwuma na se bibi na yakasa ma o option is upon a choir. I didn't share this over here.
I bind you, my mere man could scream, I bind you.
Oh, say, I'm very more position via vending. And come here, very won't. And I want to send out his own yanka if you have ever so because one I say,
me to make us a messankus and say, because 100 share in Colano, I wait till you walk it to our wanting me, you'll be a manager Colano to school year. You need to meet me as uncle. I want to find out what I've been a man who you're not there for the Panama. Monsieur, a Monsieur hairdresser, and an old person with an person me. And so I brabono uncle with your mamma to me. To which means she be crying. Monsieur, a bomb and also meant me and Yabe beer and Yemejuma. Now, baby, Sika ni ho a me bie madwuma me nya boa fonso enbie ma menti
enti kokoi wa na ukọ baby ko wa na okofa e okro ma na se wo ye nse
me fa odomi market me fa omo kọ kwan so pa me fa omo se
si ti kokọ se ti se nyegu yi so boto ne se ne bayo
fu wa no dia ye ntwemu ya no e 3 cedi dia metwemu no enu ye 2 cedi
market na kwase o man for comfort
momu ye to de bia market ni ye to de bi so a enye
enti dachi bia o baba na o kasa bomi se se dia so wie na esi ni o ti o mo mi mpɛ na esi no se mi fia kokon ni to a bebe se o be ya
obra mi brese mi mami pa enye enti mi meyire me ho se me boa no mum na aye ni na esi
aso do no mo se chinchina o mpe se ni a o ye no no ye ni fenti no pe so be ya.
Okay, ese eno so timi boa e ma omo so nya bibi nti o se onye ni nice we no be ya so no akasa na ni betimi akọ ho na wetimi aye nko ade betimi ama no kwamo aye.
So that was the story of Auntie Fosti, but there's one more question I would like to ask. Nti man for no mo sorry omo se e na eduma we kra na sike ni ma ase yembu omo yebu mani ntiane we no omo sa no e foto be na obese ode be mo
e foto am de we ma omo ni se adwuma bia ye adwuma e wo se dia wankasa obesomu a obesomu no e na obehu se sika wo mo na se sika ni because we say no me ye no etimi boa me ne me ma ye bidi enya tare hye enya mpobua hye de ehia ni pa se obeye bia no me nya bi e de boa san enti no adwuma bia adwuma dia meka ne se e wo se dia wankasa obeye den obesomu yi e na obehu no se de eti.
You heard it from Auntie Fosti. Anything you find doing, just do it well. This is her story. To Auntie Fosti, whatever you find doing, you have to do it with your strength. That was her side of the story as well. It is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Victoria Sheibafo.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniton, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcake, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Now,
Susu sang kwai bia wan to na bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People got send me sick from Lemonade Finance. Brian, and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Exchange rate in unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Number of persons who are here with the minister, and then I'll give a quick background which will give us a framework for our conversation, both the presentation and the questions, and we'll do all to fit within that one. The Honorable Mohammed Aminanta is the Minister of State here at the Ministry of Finance. The Honorable John Kuma is Deputy Minister here at the Ministry of Finance. Ms. Ivamens is the Chief Director here at the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Thomas Appiah is the Acting Director of Budget. Mr. Nasakori, Chef de Cabinet at the Minister's Office. Dr. Alassane Idrisu is the Director of Economic Strategy and Research Division here at the Ministry of Finance. Ms. Grace Moko Ewu is the Director Legal. I would introduce a number of other persons to you shortly. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with the fact that the Honorable Minister has been providing updates on the economy for some time now. Almost every other month, he provides an update on the Ghanaian economy. But some of the significant updates that he has provided, or the key ones that you may recall, in Q1 of 2022, after the Q1 Cabinet retreat, he announced a number of measures that Cabinet had signed off on, aimed at helping us shore up against what at the time we described as the impending economic tide. Then in Q2, or just at the end of Q2, indeed, on the 1st of July, government announced that some engagements were going to start with the International Monetary Fund to ask for some support which will be used to implement Ghana's post-COVID program for economic growth. Now that's very important because sometimes in the narrative and the conversations, the situation of where this fund support comes in gets lost. So it's important we recall 1st of July 2022 when government announced that we were looking for fund support for our post-COVID program for economic growth. Between Q2 and Q4, the engagements went on. In Q4, the Honorable Minister right here provided another update. I remember the fund team was here where the SLA was announced in Q4. Then Q1, Q2 this year, a lot of work has been going on trying to complete debt exchange and get board approval, etc. It is on the back of that the Honorable Minister is providing an update today. It's important that we recall this sequence of events. A number of key things he will be speaking to include the fact that you may have heard about structural reforms that are part of this fund program. He has a message on that one. I think it's something we need to take note of. He has a message on the structural reforms. Number two, this fund program was designed to help us get back on the path of growth and prosperity. So he has a second message on growth and prosperity and what we'll have to do about it. And then number three, if you read the fund document itself, it talks about vulnerabilities, one of them being in the energy sector. So Honorable Minister has a message on that one as well. So in today's presentation, while he gives a general update, I'd like to encourage you to look out for those three key things: structural reforms, growth and prosperity, vulnerability. So Honorable Minister, we're in your hands.
To you, it's an important day, and let's give thanks to the Lord, for He is good and His love endures forever. So afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the media, as well as everyone joining us on the various social media platforms. I thank you sincerely for honoring our invitation to this press conference. Let me say Happy Father's Day to all men and fathers for the guidance, hard work, and selflessness. May the unfailing grace of God empower us to fulfill our roles to our families and the nation. I just returned from the preliminary sessions of the Afri-Exim Bank Annual General Meeting taking place at the Conference Center in Accra. This is just a year after we hosted the African Development Bank's Annual General Meeting. Truly, the enthusiasm there just indicates that Ghana continues to enjoy global attention as an example of our economic renaissance and considerable goodwill from our African brothers and sisters. There have been significant developments since I went to Parliament in November 2022, engaged in December 2022, and then the approval of the IMF facility May 17th. Subsequent to these and the conclusion of the IMF mission last week, I'll today share with you an update on the economy. More importantly, I also discuss the details of the program of work to return our economy to the path of strong sustainability and growth and provide more opportunities for our people. Ladies and gentlemen, Wednesday, 17th May 2023 is indeed a day to be memorialized. On that day, Ghana secured approval for a $3 billion 3-year standard credit facility from the board of the International Monetary Fund to support the implementation of Ghana's post-COVID-19 Program for Economic Growth, PCPEG. As was the case in many other emerging market economies devastated by rising debt, worsening financing conditions, high inflation, deteriorating exchange rate and balance of payment pressures, Ghana sought IMF assistance to support our PCPEG. The implementation of the PCPEG aims to restore macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability and to support inclusive growth while protecting the vulnerable. It is also aimed at building resilience and promote efficiency and competitiveness through wide-ranging and strong structural reforms in key sectors of the economy. We also sought to leverage the catalytic effect an IMF program would offer in terms of assessing additional financing and building confidence. Our decision to seek support was in the context that our envisioned path to rapid economic recovery of a remarkable economic growth rate of 5.1% in 2021 against 0.5% in 2020 had suddenly been halted, requiring us to seek support to enable our people to safely cross the Jordan to our promised land. Ladies and gentlemen, between the announcement, engagements, agreements, approval and disbursement of the first tranche of $604 million on Friday, 19th May 2023, under the ECF was a 10-month period, 1st July 2022 to 19th May 2023, a record time by all standards. Many were surprised when I announced that we were on the cusp of a breakthrough agreement while presenting the 2023 budget statement on Thursday, 17th November 2022. I believed then that we were making remarkable progress towards securing an SLA. The pace of our progress had been underpinned by the unity of purpose by the executive and the ministry, shared focus, diligence, strong collaboration, and of course, the abiding and abundant grace of God. The progress is anchored on the pursuit of planned but sacrificial interventions, including the domestic debt exchange program, to enable us effectively manage the rising cost of debt and create fiscal space for growth-enhancing reforms. As a nation, we need to be proud of what May 17 signals and what we have been able to achieve against all odds and in a turbulent global environment. Our 3 billion support is 3 times our quota and the largest allocation from the Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust, PRGT. We front-loaded within 6 months 1.2 billion of the 3 billion facility, of which 604 million was disbursed within 3 days of approval. Let us also not forget the uncertainties of the G20 Common Framework for Debt Treatment and the role of the Paris Club and China's agreement to co-chair the Official Creditor Committee, and no support from India, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey to deliver financing assurances to the IMF board on May 12. For us in Ghana, we successfully navigated a difficult domestic debt exchange program with steadfastness. My gratitude to the individuals in banking, insurance, and capital market sectors for their resolve and the strong intercessory prayers by our faith-based organizations. So, fellow Ghanaians, as in Psalm 118, let us indeed give thanks to the Lord for his good, for this is the Lord's doing, and it is for us marvelous in our eyes. Also, on behalf of His Excellency President Akufo-Addo and the entire government, I would like to express profound appreciation once again to our fellow Ghanaians, especially those who voluntarily and overwhelmingly participated in the debt exchange program, allowing us to achieve an 85% success rate by 14 February 2023 and sacrificing for economic recovery and reform of the Republic. The Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament for their support, especially in approving key revenue measures on 31st March 2023 to enable us fulfill a key prior action relating to our program with the IMF. Our development partners, especially our bilateral partners, for their financing assurances delivered on Friday, 12 May 2023, which was pivotal in securing IMF board approval. You, our friends in the media, who have kept our people well informed of the process and sustained their hopes despite the misinformation from certain quarters of your fraternity. We are resilient people as Ghanaians, a people of destiny, and we shall prevail in all things because the Lord is on our side and the battle is the Lord's. I also like to express profound gratitude to the IMF Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva, for her unwavering support and belief in our ambitious reform agenda. To Abebe Selassie and especially the IMF Mission Chief, Stephanie Roder, and the team for their tireless efforts and constructive dialogue with government. My sincere thanks also go to the gallant men and women of the technical teams at the Ministry of Finance and Bank of Ghana who worked so hard throughout the period. And thanks to your support, partnership, and forbearance in these key processes, coupled with the implementation of the front-loaded fiscal adjustment outlined in the 2023 budget, as well as other government interventions, we are already seeing positive outcomes. The United States, through the International Development Finance Corporation, within 3 days of the fund approval, announced a program to invest $300 million to establish the Ghana Data Center under the G7 Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. This is very significant as it illustrates the confidence that is being restored and the focus on the private sector growth agenda that we'll be pursuing to transition our economy. On the domestic front, as we speak, inflation has accelerated to 42.2% for the month of May 2023, down from 54.1% at the end of December 2022. The May inflation represents a 1% increase over the April 23 inflation of 41.2%. The May inflation was largely driven by food inflation of 51.8%, up from 48.7% in April, with non-food inflation decelerating to 34.6% from 35.4% in April. The relative rise in inflation in May 2023 appears to reflect the pass-through effect of the utility price adjustment in April, and the implementation of the new tax handles in May, we expect inflation to decelerate going forward. The cedi's depreciation has largely stabilized with a year-to-date depreciation rate of about 21.9% as of February 16, 2023, down from 50% in December 2023. The 91-day T-bill rate has declined to 20.6%, down from 35.5% at the end of 2022. Gross international reserves has improved after the disbursement of the first tranche of $604 million US dollars following the approval of the IMF program. The current account balance turned positive at 0.9% of GDP at the end of March 2023 from minus 2.2% at the end of December 2022. In addition, the trade balance improved from 0.9% of GDP at the end of January 2023 to 2.2% at the end of April 2023. And recent GDP statistics released by the Ghana Statistical Service in April 2022 showed that real growth ended 2022 at 3.1%, which was higher than growth projections by most international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an ambitious agenda for reform. Let me state clearly that securing the IMF program is not an end to our current challenges, though it has significantly paved the way for the implementation of an ambitious and well thought out program of reform for our economy and country. In fact, the real work of adjustment, realignment, and the return to a path of steady economic growth has just begun. Let us brace ourselves for the needed reforms, especially in expenditure control, non-arrears accumulation, revenue growth, ECG collections, and energy sector reforms in order to rebuild the walls of the Republic with urgency. That said, our reform program, the post-COVID-19 program for economic growth, now supported by a 3-year standard credit facility arrangement of the IMF, is built on clear targets and strong policy and structural measures. Over the medium term, the PCPEG-backed IMF program seeks to promote a credible fiscal consolidation program anchored by strong domestic revenue mobilization and high spending efficiency. The government is targeting a primary surplus on a commitment basis, the critical fiscal anchor under the program of 1.5% of GDP by 2025 through to 2028, to firmly anchor inflation expectations and preserve financial stability, to restore public debt to sustainable levels by 2028 by observing the two binding constraints of A, public debt in present value terms to GDP ratio of 55% or less, and an external debt service to revenue ratio of 18% or less. To enhance economic competitiveness with exports surpassing 37% of GDP in the medium term. Safeguarding social protection and enhancing targeting to ensure effectiveness of key interventions, minimizing fiscal risks, including from SOEs, and deepening structural reforms in targeted sectors such as energy and cocoa. It is important to stress that this structural reform agenda is consistent with government's own public financial management strategy to transition from central government to general government operations. This shift is critical as it facilitates clear oversight over key state institutions, that's MMDAs, SOEs, especially Cocoa Board and ECG, and others in the energy sector, and other quasi-state institutions whose operations have significant and direct fiscal impact on our economy. To put it in perspective, about 25% of our assessed debt burden emanates from non-central government operations, mainly from SOEs. Our ability to institute better governance standards of these institutions to address their liabilities and promote their growth will be significantly improved, especially in this period of collective reform. Critically, we must all remain committed to the agreed wide-ranging and strong structural reforms designed to address structural weaknesses, and build resilience in key areas including tax policy and tax administration, expenditure control and arrears clearance, financial stability, financial sector plans, review of statutory funds, governance and corruption, debt management, fiscal credibility, and energy sector and cocoa sector SOE reforms. With legacy debt in the energy sector reaching about $2 billion as at the end of May 2023, and an estimated shortfall of $5.9 billion between 2023 and 2025 due to the current conditions of SOEs and IPPs in the value chain in the sector. The sector has been prioritized for comprehensive reforms. It is expected that structural reforms in the sector should reduce the shortfall by at least $2.95 billion over the period. These reforms, which are aimed at sustainably reducing losses in the energy sector, will be outlined in the updated Energy Sector Recovery Plan, ESRP, which will be approved by Cabinet by end June 2023. It will be accompanied by, amongst others, the operationalization of a framework to guide the granting of energy sector subsidies by end June 2023, implementation of an inter-utility debt settlement framework on a quarterly basis starting from June 2023, and implementation of a mechanism to enforce the guidelines of the cash waterfall mechanism and natural gas clearinghouse by end June 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, similar reforms are envisaged under the PCPEG to revamp the cocoa sector and reduce and eliminate the annual losses of Cocoa Board and its indebtedness. The reforms in the cocoa sector include the implementation of a turnaround strategy to be approved by Cabinet by end June 2023. This is expected to address cocoa pricing issues, Cocoa Board oversight challenges, introduce cost rationalization measures, and a phase-out of quasi-fiscal spending. Ladies and gentlemen, other structural reforms to entrench fiscal discipline and bolster transparency include reforms to enhance revenue administration and tax policy, operationalization of the Human Resource Management Information System, enhancing spending controls and prevention of arrears buildup, and streamlining of earmark funds. In addition, government is transitioning from central government reporting to general government and from cash to accrual reporting. Our commitment to these reforms is matched by our relentless pursuit of innovation and strengthened partnership. Backed by the renewed drive for reforms, government is working towards securing significant support from our multilateral partners. Altogether, and including the IMF funds, World Bank, and AFDB support, we expect multilateral support of about $2 billion for 2023 and $6.2 billion between 2023 and 2026. We expect the World Bank to provide a total support of $1.6 billion, while the AFDB provides a total support of $200 million over the program period. In addition, we expect to mobilize catalytic funding, some $30 million this year and $330 million between 2023 and 2026 from bilateral creditors. We are also collaborating with other development partners, including the World Bank and the Africa Development Bank, to finance the Ghana Financial Stability Fund to provide liquidity and solvency support for the financial sector as a result of the assessed impact of the DDEP. The first phase of the fund involves a $750 million package to address solvency challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, be assured that while aggressively mobilizing domestic revenue, we remain focused on mobilizing complementary, sustainable external resources for our recovery and reform efforts to build a resilience that will promote shared prosperity for our people, while protecting and improving the lives of our more vulnerable population. A special collaborative effort between the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Agriculture, and GIPC will be part of the program on the thematic working groups on growth to attract significant private capital. Ladies and gentlemen, government intends to invest these resources to advance macroeconomic stability and shared economic growth. Government is very intentional in ensuring that growth and job creation are not sacrificed in the process of restoring macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability. Specific interventions to support the economic recovery process include: 1. Improving the business environment, reducing the cost of doing business, and enhancing export competitiveness. In addition, local content legislation will be reviewed to encourage FDI while leveraging the opportunities offered by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. 2. Promoting entrepreneurship through initiatives such as the Youth Start program to create more jobs for the banking sector and faith-based organizations. Fast-tracking the implementation of key growth-oriented programs under the Ghana Care Sobatampa program. These programs include the economic enclave projects to enable self-sufficiency in rice, maize, vegetables, and poultry, and supporting large-scale agriculture and agribusiness interventions through the Development Bank of Ghana. Transitioning to a digital economy to boost productivity, tax collection, and formality. Expanding digital government services and promoting the BOG's digital currency will support digitalization and financial inclusion with adequate safeguards in place, and strengthening policies to support climate change adaptation and mitigation for inclusive growth. As you know, I was in South Korea and South Africa immediately after our IMF approval to drum up private sector engagements in agriculture and technology in particular, in order to pursue a more deliberate and aggressive growth agenda. We'll continue to engage the global community to support our growth program for growth and economic turnaround. We will be launching a Ghana Mutual Prosperity Dialogue agenda to encourage domestic and external investors to be at the core of our growth agenda. We'll be working with Ghanaian businesses and entrepreneurs, think tanks and NGOs, and larger resident multinationals such as the telcos, mining and oil companies to facilitate ease of doing business and promoting business in Ghana. In line with our tradition of compassion and care for the underprivileged, we expect to strengthen social protection through increases in social spending to protect the most vulnerable and the poor from the impact of adjustments under the program. Recall that the 2023 budget already made specific provision for: 1, doubling the leave payment per beneficiary household from 45 cedis per month to 90 cedis, with progressive increases in the number of beneficiary households from the current 344,185 households. Coverage will be expanded to all 2.5 million extremely poor individuals by 2024. We plan that by end September 2023, an indexation mechanism will be introduced in the LEAP program to prevent erosion of value over time. Increasing the budgetary allocation for the school feeding program to compensate for higher costs of meals and also to ensure more efficient management of the program. Increasing the capitation grant over time as part of measures to improve foundational learning. And ensuring prompt payment of the NHIS from the Consolidated Fund. There will also be a review of the package of benefits and tariff structures for the scheme. Ladies and gentlemen, it must be clear that there is enormous work ahead. To sustain and optimize this partnership with the IMF, Ghana proposed and negotiated 6 quantitative performance criteria, 9 structural benchmarks, and 3 indicative targets. Specifically, these performance indicators have been carefully selected to enable us to achieve our reform objectives as well as build resilience to better withstand future global and domestic shocks as they are certain to occur. We would like to emphasize that contrary to other commentaries, these performance indicators emanate from our cabinet-approved PC PEG. To support the effective implementation of reforms and interventions of the IMF-backed PC PEG, government has put in place a clear implementation strategy. The strategy includes sensitization of key stakeholders including Cabinet, EMT, Council of State, Parliament, National House of Chiefs, Organized Labor, Employers Associations, including AGI and Chambers of Commerce, MDAs, MMDAs, investors, CSOs and think tanks, FBOs, the general public, NDPC, commissioners, heads of SOEs, development partners, and the media. We have already engaged Cabinet, EMT, sovereign sector, regional ministers and MCs organized by the Ministry of Agriculture, Council of State, chief directors and heads of covered entities, PPME directors in MDAs, MOF staff, and a cross-section of the media. Today, the general public has accordingly been apprised. The rest will follow. Implementing a comprehensive communication strategy for the PCPEG program, ensuring public funds and their usage, including the IMF funds, are audited by the Auditor General of Ghana. Program implementation will be monitored on a monthly basis at various levels, including Cabinet, Economic Management Team, and the Economic Policy Coordinating Committee. Additionally, we are introducing 6 thematic working groups which will meet weekly and will be chaired by the Minister of State and Deputy Ministers of the Ministry of Finance, Deputy Ministers of other relevant ministries, and Deputy Governors of the Bank of Ghana. In fact, specifically, the following thematic working groups have been established. 1, energy sector SOEs/Cocoa Board structural reforms. 2, public financial management structural reforms. 3, financial sector structural reforms. 4, tax policy and revenue administration structural reforms. 5, macro fiscal policy reforms. And 6, growth and social protection. Ladies and gentlemen, as this path towards a reformed, diversified, and resilient economy, we stand ready to engage and receive inputs from all stakeholders to implement the IMF-backed PCPEG program. Accordingly, civil society, think tanks, organized labor, FBOs, and private sector actors will be engaged in our policy dialogues towards effective implementation of the program. Already discussions are ongoing with ASSET. Despite the considerable program progress, there remains key outstanding operations, especially in debt restructuring. We are at advanced stages of completing the debt exchange program in relation to the cocoa bills and the US dollar-denominated local bonds. We have also rolled out a program to engage independent power producers, consistent with the MOU signed with organized labor in December 2022 on the exemption of pension funds. They continue to be exempted. Government is currently engaging organized labor and pension fund corporate trustees in line with the MOU to explore mutually beneficial options within debt sustainability limits and to promote macroeconomic stability and economic growth in the spirit of social partnership. We have also successfully worked with the Paris Club and other creditors to determine the parameters of our official debt restructuring under the G20 Common Framework for Debt Treatment. In the coming weeks, we will seek to complete the MOU of the OCC on the terms of bilateral debt treatment. Government will sustain engagement with private creditors, Eurobond investors on external debt to reach agreement with the private creditors in the shortest possible time. In light of the above, we will count on all stakeholders, especially the media, to be circumspect on their reportage on the economy to avoid derailing the progress being made. Our love of country must supersede all, and as the late P.A.V. Ansah, University of Ghana Communications School professor said, Journalism 101 teaches media students that they have 3 basic roles: to inform, educate, and entertain. However, for developing countries, there's a 4th, to foster national cohesion. National cohesion is the foundation upon which any and everything else is built, unquote. Ansah had journalists in mind when attaching his addendum to the classical test. But as we watch events unfold in Mali, Burkina Faso, and other countries elsewhere in the region, this is in fact a role that holds true for everyone. The misreporting on China was unnecessary and unfortunate. Unfounded accusations against government officials leading to the recovery are untenable and serve no useful purpose. Undoubtedly, the need for accuracy must override speed in these circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, we are certainly at the beginning of a promising journey towards not just recovery, but also resettling our economy. As a number of you have said to me, we have turned the corner. Government is committed to restoring Ghana's economic fortunes within the shortest possible time through a combination of front-loaded fiscal adjustment and structural reforms while creating the conditions for private sector-led growth. Going forward, we'll continue to count on the support of all Ghanaians, including the general public, to achieve the objectives set out in the IMF-backed PCPEC. We engaged the IMF Technical Mission last week, 8 to 15 June, to discuss recent economic developments and the implementation of the program. In this regard, we undertook a joint assessment of Ghana's preparedness for the first review of the program scheduled for September 2023. This will pave the way for the IMF board to consider and approve the first review and the disbursement of the second tranche of $600 million in November 2023. As the IMF attested to all of us in their press release on 15 June 2023, against a complex global, I quote, against a complex global economic backdrop, the Ghanaian economy is showing signs of stabilization with softening inflation and increased international reserve and less volatile exchange rate. The economy is showing signs of stabilization, softening inflation, and an increase in international reserve and a less volatile exchange rate. As a people, we must continue to be inspired by the momentum that propelled us to secure support in near record time to implement the PCPEC. We have a history of accomplishments in these situations. In 2017, we renegotiated a derailed IMF program, imposed stringent conditions on ourselves, and collectively achieved them ahead of schedule. From a macro fiscal standpoint, the results were remarkable. Between period 2017 and 2019, economic growth doubled of an average of 7% annually, inflation coming down to single digits 7.9% in 2019 from 15.4 in 2016. The fiscal deficit, which was about 6.5%, was brought under 5%. Exchange rate depreciation reduced significantly to under 5% in 2017, averaging 8.7% between 2017 and 2019. Alongside these achievements, we made significant investment in education, health, infrastructure, and revitalized the financial sector to promote private sector entrepreneurship. We emerged as a bright star on the regional and global stage prior to the pandemic. And no less, in the COVID period, also illustrated a strong desire to keep our people alive. Ladies and gentlemen, we are being called upon to do this again and surpass this stellar performance. We must push past these dark clouds that suddenly gathered and reclaim our manifest destiny. We must resolve and resort to our collective inner strength and overcome this new challenge for our country. We must do this inspired by assurance that the good book provides in Joel 2:25, that I will restore to you the years that the swarming locust has eaten. We shall surely be restored if we persist on this path to recovery and transformation. The Lord has rescued us with the IMF approval. We will recover all. He will restore what the locusts have destroyed, and Ghana shall experience his revival. We'll surely rejoice in the restoration of our nation if we persist on this path of recovery and transformation. The battle is indeed the Lord's. I want to thank you again for your attention. God bless our homeland Ghana and make us great and strong. God bless us all. Happy Father's Day.
Lisa, thank you for the presentation. Colleagues, we will go straight into the questions. We'll try and do at least about 4 rounds of questions. I encourage you to keep them straight to the point, and just to allow your other colleagues to also ask questions, perhaps not more than 2. If we have more room, we will come for some more questions. Just to recap, Minister has spoken about some structural reforms and has made the point that we need all hands on deck. We need everybody's support for these structural reforms to be successful, be they in the cocoa area or moving from cash to commitment basis or SOE reforms. We need everybody on board for it to work. He's also mentioned that one of the vulnerabilities that the IMF talks about, the energy sector vulnerabilities. There's a program, I think he mentioned June, which will outline how those vulnerabilities are going to be dealt with. And then very quickly, remember all of this, and if you listen, he kept using the expression, the IMF-backed PCPEG, because all of this IMF conversation was based on getting support for the PCPEG. And so the whole agenda is about the PCPEG and the growth program in the PCPEG, and that's why he gives examples of Korea, South Africa, America, and even the cross-sector collaboration taking place in Ghana here, among the ministries that he mentioned, to ensure that that growth happens. So, Minister, thank you for the update. We'll take questions now. Let's take a first round of about 4, not more than 2, and then we'll try and do about 4 rounds. So I have 1, 2, so let's start here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Is there a fourth? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's start with these 4, yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is John Awuni. Minister, when you were speaking, you mentioned that you were in South Korea, and I wanted to find out what is the most critical thing that government needs to do to be or to transform our trajectory, like you mentioned in the South Korea experience. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I thought I called on Edward.
Yes.
So let's follow. Edward.
Thank you. My name is Edward Nyakum, GBC. Sir, on the domestic enhanced program, what are some of the strategies put in place to scale up food production in the country? And also you mentioned the data center that Americans intend to set up. When are we going to see these? Thank you.
Thank you. There were 2 more, yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable Operator, you mentioned something like you intend to reach an agreement with bilateral creditors in the next week. My question is, what sort of debt relief agreement did we get from the bilateral creditors? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maxwell. With the you talked on the remainder of the domestic debt exchange. When do you expect to conclude it?
Thank you very much. Just to recap, and then we'll come for 3 more rounds, hopefully about 4 questions here. So John was asking, what is the most critical item needed for transformation if we are trying to learn from the examples of South Korea and other places? A second question, what is the plan for real sector agric growth in accordance with the Enhanced Domestic Program, or the PCPEG? It's the same thing. The Enhanced Domestic Program is the same as the PCPEG. And follow-up question on, do we have any timelines for the data center that the Americans are looking to come invest in Ghana on? Third questioner is asking, what's in the pipeline on the bilateral debt relief side? Is there anything in the pipeline that you can share at this stage with the people of Ghana? And then the final question is, when will the remainder of the domestic debt exchange be concluded?
Thank you very much indeed for the question. I think South Korea was quite instructive, and I think that the sacrifices that they did. I remember in one of the presentations, the gentleman said he was going to give us some lottery numbers, and he said 61, 82, 22, 33,400. Like, what's he talking about? And he said, well, in 1961, their GDP per capita was $82 per capita, and in 2022, it is 33,400. And he simply said it's an issue of discipline and commitment and sacrifices. So the issue of agriculture expressways to open up the country, and then a big push in technology, while the areas of education, etc., were not compromised. Actually, they in fact did not start a national health insurance scheme for a long time because they felt they couldn't afford it, which was interesting. But more importantly, the challenge that they were then throwing at us is that what level of sacrifices are we prepared to do, because they were comfortable that we could do it in much less time than they were able to do it. They also talked about an exchange program, which they did. They called it the CURB financiers. Most of the financing in Korea at that time was done informally, and they actually came up with a program where they reduced the 35% interest rates on bills to almost 18% or so. So they had seen this before and were encouraging us to be strong in our way forward. They also talked about a period in which they actually made an appeal to the country because they were having to go to the IMF, in which 3.5 million citizens brought their gold and jewelry to the government to the tune of $2.2 billion, so that the country could then work out, and then they paid the 2.2 billion without interest at a much later stage. So all of that, agriculture, technology are going to be key, and we got an opportunity to speak with a lot of private sector companies. But I think one thing that also ran true was that they worked with their private sector companies to be able to ensure that this transformation was sustainable. On the issue of the fund and data center. Okay, the data center actually, what has occurred was we were already in discussions with the company that is owned or run by Strive Masiyiwa, and therefore part of the trade fair site had been agreed as to how we're going to set up. So really the resources that DFC is going to provide is going to help accelerate the construction of that. Then there was a question on the bilaterals. As all of us know, these things are very, very sensitive as to what one can say, except that, of course, we have successfully gotten the financing assurances from them, which is what we took to the fund. We are now getting to the process of determining the MOU and the actual terms that will emanate from that. But truly, the type of goodwill and forthrightness that we have engaged them through this period, I'm confident that we will come up with an MOU that is acceptable to the program. Domestic debt remainder, we are looking at the legal documentation for the cocoa bills and also the domestic debt, the US dollar denominated one. So my suspicion really is that the SEC needs to clear the documentation, and then we'll formally launch it maybe within the next couple of weeks or so. Then there was a question, that was a domestic, is that right? Referral, bilateral, yeah, I think that's it.
There's a hand that came up here, so I'll take that one. And then there are, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Shinwa, yeah? I'll come to you in the third round. So let me take 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. Okay, Honorable, thank you. My name is Mark. I work with UTV. Honorable, I know you've been a point of vilification since this whole process. Vilification, people have vilified you, kind of insulted you so much. How does this affect you? Or how does it, and you've gone to court for one of these reasons, how does this affect your recovery efforts from your side? I want to understand. And you also give us a bit of lecture on journalism and circumspection and the rest. What do you expect of the Ghanaian media? What are the specific things you also do for us to help give the right information to the people? Thank you.
Yeah, there's a hand up here. Was that Echo? Yes. Echo, go.
Thank you very much. Honorable, beyond the bilaterals, do you have what are your timelines for negotiation with the Eurobond holders? You made a line that suggests that you would love to complete these things as soon as possible. So what timelines do you have with that? And is it also one of the benchmarks ahead of your September review you just mentioned? That's the IMF review. On Cocoa Board, we know they have not been doing all core. They've done cocoa roads among other things, and also also part of the debt is because we subsidize the farmers, whereby in cases where even international prices were to drop massively, government will still keep the producer price where it is. So if you're talking about cocoa reforms, can we get a few specifics as to what you mean by that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Miscellaneous with GhanaWeb TV. The SOEs, Miscellaneous, the SOEs keep coming up when it comes to issues of debt. Anytime they're signing their performance contracts, the issue of performance comes up, how they make profits and all that. What is really wrong with the state-owned enterprises in terms of making profits and then helping government deal with debt issues? Secondly, you mentioned social intervention programs and how you intend strengthening them. There's been so much talk on one of the biggest social intervention policies, that's the free SHS. What is the way forward for the free SHS? What are we looking at in terms of review and making it better? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Francis Sinto. I'm with the Ghana News Agency. In your last press briefing, when the agreement was reached with the IMF, you indicated that the government is not in a rush to go to the capital market. But the 3 billion with the IMF is a loan. This evening, you've made us know that there will be additional 2 billion multilateral support. This is equally a loan that we are going in for, further increasing our loan stance. Is it not troubling to you, and is it not also troubling that we are going to be increasing the debt burden on Ghanaians? Yeah, my other question is on the economic performance. The IMF have indicated that they are seeing signs of stability. This stability on the ground is really not reflecting not only in the pockets of Ghanaians, but businesses will continue to suffer accessing financing on the bank because it's difficult to access them. The government has virtually taken everything. The GNA conducted a market survey just about a week ago, looking at February and June. The prices of tomatoes, pepper, onion are all increasing. Yet we are saying macroeconomic performances are good. When should Ghanaians expect this macroeconomic performance appreciating in their pockets?
Thank you. So just a quick recap. Mark is asking Minister, how do the attacks on you as a person how do the attacks and insults on you as a person, how do they affect the kind of work that you are doing currently in leading this recovery effort? And then as a sub to that, he's asking what can be done to help reduce the misreportage that pops up in the media. Echo is asking whether or not there are timelines for the Eurobond holders negotiations, and then whether or not there are any specifics on the cocoa sector reforms. You've mentioned that the committees are now being put in place, but he's asking, do you have any specifics even before the committees start working? Musa takes from your press statement where you mentioned that about 25% of our assessed debt burden emanates from non-central government operations. And I think that's a real big deal that needs to be interrogated. Colleagues in the media, about 25% of our assessed debt burden emanates from non-central government operations. Musa picks from that and is asking what is for you the single largest challenge that these SOEs are facing that is contributing to their contribution to the debt burden. And he's also asking, government has announced in your letter to the fund, in the letter that yourself and the governor of the central bank signed and sent to the fund, government announced that it intends to review flagship programs. He's asking whether or not ahead of that review there are any specifics that you can mention. Musa, am I getting your question correct? Yes. So I suggest to take that. In the letter signed by yourself and the governor to the bank, to the fund, government announced that it intends to review flagship programs. Musa is asking, ahead of that review, are there any specifics that you can mention? And then Francis has a question. Francis, a quick correction. Minister did not say that there will be an additional 2 billion in addition to the fund. What he said is that inclusive, he says altogether, and including the IMF funds, World Bank and AFDB support, we expect multilateral support of about 2 billion for the year 2023. So just as a matter of fact, just to correct that, then we don't create a wrong impression there. But your question is still substantive, that do we have any worries about growing debt? That's your substantive question. So though I'm correcting the fact, it's important to still get a substantive question. And then the fund says that they are beginning to see signs of stability. He's asking, when can ordinary businesses and ordinary people at home sense that stability in their pocket? Maybe so. It's our hands.
Great. Thank you very much. That was a GNA man, is that right? Was it Francis, is that right? Great. Thank you very much. I mean, maybe since it's the last question, we can take it right off the bat. So yeah, we were fortunate to be able to get a staff level agreement early in the program to create some sense of stability for all of us to then be able to move on. And then all that we have done during this period to be able to secure the approval. The question that we have in our debt sustainability analysis, you know, incorporates these facilities, which are really very concessional facilities, to move us through to the target of 55% debt to equity ratio by 2028. Because you are not going to be borrowing on a commercial basis. Actually, it's quite minimal, up to about $61 million or something net in that year. And given that your requirements on a basic basis, that's not much. The revenues that we are expecting from GRA, there's a gap that has to be filled. But how do you fill that gap with appropriate, you know, capital, and then reduce that as you go forward, so that by the time these 40-year loans come into being serviced, you have a much stronger base for that. So we have to manage that process, and this guidance as to non-arrears accumulation, etc., all lead to give you the space to be able to do that. On the issue of the economy, I mean, Francis, is always relative. I mean, you saw the crisis that we experienced between June and February, and so when you begin to see a trending down, you know it will take time. But our target is, I think, 29% inflation by year end or so. So we have to move in that direction. It's not an issue of cynicism, it's an issue of reality. You know, this is where we are, this is where we intend to go, and now we have a program that can be measured, that is transparent, and for all of us to be able to do that. I mean, we have to remember that in 2017, the banks basically had nothing to their name. We brought that back into historic profitability. So yes, we've gone through the DDEP program. I think the last numbers I saw for first quarter performance of the banks was actually quite strong, surprisingly, for all of them. And liquidity was not a problem. Now, as to, it's also a fact that we have brought the treasury bill rate from 35% to 20-point-something%. So you can see real work happening. Now, as to when the banks immediately translated to credit, you know, that's another issue. There's always a sticking point. But you cannot pretend that that has not happened. And that is a signal for the future. Right now, we are just trying to move trends in a way in which you can have hope, because you can see the trends going in the right direction. So that will then emanate. You talked about tomatoes and coal, and true. Actually, vegetables, if you look at the CPI, have an interesting high price for that. And Ghana consumes more tomatoes than maybe even Nigeria, and depending on how, because of how we cook. But the true sense of that is Chief Director is helping lead what we call these economic enclaves to be able to address the specific issues of rice, poultry, tomatoes, etc. And that is part of the reason for the trip to Korea in terms of agriculture, etc. And we went to some entrepreneurs to do that. So the question really for all of us is a belief that we can do it, and therefore what is the process of gradually getting there over people who have done it before. Okay, and I think that's the new kind of ecclesia or mindset that we should have as to the direction, and I think it's assailable. Okay, thank you very much for that. Then Musa talked about SOEs. SOEs is a very vexing issue. It's very difficult because if you look at the analysis, anytime we have a joint venture, Ghana versus what, Nestle or whatever, you can see profitability, same Ghanaians managing. So the question becomes, what kind of attitude is it that these intelligent CEOs somehow cannot, you know, focus on making money and profits for the country? And that the governance issues needs to be assessed. Right now that we've moved from central government financing, which was really just the Ministry of Finance and my MMDAs, to general financing, accounting, I need to look at those things with a lot more rigor, because it comes right into our books. So I think that type of stronger oversight, working with SIGA, Director General, who is pretty dynamic, and Minister Kujo, I think we're going to put, you know, deliberate pressure on this to reverse this historical performance that we know can be changed. So that's important. And the issue of protecting the public purse, then moves into a different citizenship responsibility. It's not that you and I or your cousin who works there does not know. So what is it that enables us to allow this kind of behavior to continue without any reprisal? And those are things that we, our own moral internal compass and love of country, should begin to demand more accountability, and that's really where we are at. On the issue of the letter that you talked about in terms of the flagship programs, what we intend to have a thorough review on to determine how best to finance that. I just, I'm very uncomfortable, when there's a denial that there's true poverty and some people need to be supported. I'm also very uncomfortable when there's a sense that we can grow this country without a solid educational structure or giving people the opportunity to do that. Because when I personally look at myself as having gone to school in Chebi, etc., and being plugged out to then get better education at Achimota School because one's father decided to recognize one. I know the capacity, and I wasn't the best student in JB Experimental School. So it just, I know we should make it efficient, we should reform it, but any general sense of dismissiveness and whatever, it's not something that we should countenance as a people, and to give people opportunity to realize who they are. So yes, but we can't waste money in there, and those reforms, hopefully once the studies are done, we'll be able to take action on them. So that's that. The Musa, or the Moses, yeah, we answered that. Yeah, we'll manage that. There are clear, as you say, guardrails or bookends to these things. So we'll have to do that. I think really, the questions are all very legitimate, but I really hope that there's a spirit of us as a country going to work together towards a resolution, because it leaves nobody in any good situation if it is not helpful commentary to move us to do better. Then Moses talked about the Eurobond shareholders, and yes, we have given them literally all of the information that is required on the debt sustainability analysis, etc. They've seen what we have done on the domestic front, so that as a good point of our own burden sharing, and I'm sure there's going to be some very hard discussions and negotiations going forward, but I'm confident that we will find a place to land that will be good for everyone, because I mean, everybody acknowledges that Ghana as an entity, the future is good. And in our discussions, even in China, they were very clear that these were short-term turbulences, and therefore Ghana ought to be supported to that. I think it's that same framework of thought that is going through all of these people that we have obligations to, and we'll seek to do that. We expect, of course, to finalize these negotiations before the first review, which will be in September. So that would really, in my mind, be kind of the target that we put for ourselves. Cocoa board is a difficult issue. So I think there's going to be joint supervision of the board between us and Ministry of Agriculture, phasing out of cocoa roads in a sense. In terms of re-examining the pricing so that when the international price, basically tanks, we are still able to support it in a way that is sustainable. But the strategy paper is being done for cabinet by end of June. Then Mark from UTV, is that right? Mark was talking about vilifications and and the attacks and the difficulties of last year and how it affects the work. It's Mark, I'm human. It's difficult, but you have an assignment, and there are 30.8 million people. At the end, you have to be prayerful and strong about what it is, where you get your energy from to do that. And you also do remember that even people like Dankwa died, so if somebody is pinching you and boxing you, at least you're alive. You can't run away from the responsibilities. And it was a very difficult period. I think everybody at Ministry of Finance would confirm that when we had to focus on making sure that we got a SLA, or as things would have been, that was also the most intense period of those actions. But we had to keep our eye, on the ball, because if we had been derailed, it would have been quite cataclysmic. So yes, I'll just tell you to continue. There were quite a number of intercessors helping us, and we felt the Lord was in the boat. So we'll continue to work and follow his instructions. With regards to the media, I guess my really sense is that we are all Ghanaians and we just need to be fair to each other. And anything that could destabilize. So, for example, I think I was in Korea when the issue of China, and I'm like, ooh, I mean, we've been to China, you have Zambia, Chad, Ethiopia, unable to get through over 2 years. This country has been able to say, I have belief in you and I'll support you. We're able to get to the fund, they are agreeing to co-chair, and then you fabricate, something that is not true, that can bring the country down. So then I ask, what is the objective? Truly, what is the objective? It's not about Ken, it's not about Minister of Finance, it's not about President Akufo-Addo. How do you do something that could really enrage, such a powerful partner? And that's worrisome. Then you talked about, let's say, I think Captain Smart's accusation that anyone can get a portion of my IMF loan. And I'm just sort of beside myself as to even how the media itself will not take a position on that. Because I'm the one that has sworn the oath, who the president sends me to talk to negotiate. So if you try to tear down integrity and raise issues, it reduces our negotiating power. So I think it's just an issue of care and maybe a bit of kindness, and heart, that, we are all Ghanaians. If it's not true, don't do it. How to collaborate then becomes maybe more interaction, so that people realize that they are human beings at the end of the statement, and maybe that will soften us to move on. And that's why I went to PAV and Sons issue, where, you know, he is a professional partner, and said that for countries such as ours, you know, and the survivability of the state must be very clear to everyone as the one country that we have. So thank you very much for this.
Minister, we're going to wrap up with the final round. There were some hands that were up already. Xinhua was up, the other one was up, and then we'll do these two last ones and then we'll wrap up. So let's start with the Chinese guys. Xinhua.
Yes, thank you very much. So the name is Justice. Yes, if I'm critical, I would have loved to ask just a simple question, but something you touched upon irked me a bit. And fortunately, the mix of technocrats that you have at the ministry have been quite consistent over a period. So even what I'm going to say, if there is maybe some difficulty in it, they can, you know, correct me. You know, when the GIF was set up, Ghana Infrastructure Fund, I thought that the country was on the path of setting up a sovereign wealth fund, you know, which could be used when our SOEs have their books properly cleaned up. And I actually saw, you know, efforts, for instance, at VRA, efforts to clean up their books so that they could either go to the market on their own strength or actually leverage, you know, the sovereign wealth fund that the nation was going to create to access funding from the market. And so that, because this thing is looking like a cyclical kind of deja vu, it keeps coming up anytime we're in debt crisis, a portion of that debt is attributed to the SOEs, so that we thought that these things were going to be done such that the hands of, or the books of the, you know, central government, you know, could be freed from, you know, the debt situation that the SOEs create. So I thought that the efforts to clean up the books of the SOEs and then to get a kind of sovereign wealth fund which could back them in the market, you know, was going to be done. But I don't know what has happened to that effort. And so, like I was saying, the mix of technocrats we have around here will have a bit of insight into that. And
yeah, but specifically, what's the question?
So my question is that, what are we going to do going forward? Because I see a kind of general governance system that the minister is announcing, which is going to bring a lot more burden on the finance ministry in trying to manage, you know, SOEs in addition to managing the state.
No, it's not. So, okay, you finish.
Okay,
because
so
that's not what he's talking about. But
okay, right. So what are we going to do going forward in the long term to ensure that our SOEs become more profitable and they are not, you know, creating extra burdens for the country, for instance, using pension funds, etc., to support them, and then they are able to, you know, make good their indebtedness to the pension funds managers. So that is what I'm trying to ask.
Okay.
And then secondly, also, like you said, yes, we all need to make sacrifices to get, you know, our economy back on track. But the average Ghanaian will ask, what is central government also ready to sacrifice in terms of when it comes to, you know, running of government machinery and the expenditure that comes with it? What is government also ready to sacrifice in terms of that, which will inspire the you know, the country itself to follow suit? Thank you.
Very well. So let's continue.
Okay, my name is Emmanuel Bruce from Graphic. The government is still very active on the treasury bill market, which is noted for its short-term nature and then high interest. I want to find out, does this now defeat the purpose of the debt restructuring efforts, which seeks to rather extend our maturities and then reduce the interest? And also, I want to find out when is the government expecting the funds from the World Bank to come in?
Very well. Two more? Yes, these two.
Kingsley, Ghanaian Times. I want to find out whether there's going to be a second round of domestic debt exchange, because Fitch Solutions last week reported that there's going to be a second round because what we have done is not enough. Then secondly, on the Financial Stability Fund, I want to find out whether our bilateral partners have started the commitment they made. Any money has come so far for us to establish the fund.
Thank you. Straightforward questions. So Kingsley is asking you to comment on a speculation by Fitch that there will be another round of domestic debt exchange. He says Fitch is speculating. He would like a comment on it. He also wants to know whether the Financial Stability Fund has received any contributions so far. Am I getting you correct? Emmanuel is asking whether the activity of government on the T-bill market is not defeating the domestic debt program's objectives. And he's asking if we have timelines for when the World Bank and other development partner funding will come in. Justice from Shinwa was asking, the second question I got clearly, what is the central government sacrifice so far and what more can central government do? As we're asking for burden sharing. So what's the sacrifice so far and what more can be done? And then he's also asking for what sort of terminal program exists to ensure that the SOEs don't become a recurring burden to the fiscals. You have the final word, Minister.
My name is Winston, Metro TV. First of all, I'd like to commend the Finance Minister for fighting in both fronts, domestically and internationally. It hasn't been easy. We've all been following the update. My question has to do with the Finance Minister made mention that the funds will be hugely monitored to ensure there's transparency of monitoring and accountability. We've gotten a lot of accountability from the internal auditor's report, and there's been little work being done to recover some lost monies. What difference would this make this time around, considering the amount of confidence that everyone is putting into this program? Finally, I would like to know how much has been designated in climate financing by the Finance Ministry in the year 2023.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Winston. Climate financing 2023, are there any numbers to report? And secondly, while we invest hope in transparency and auditing of the funds, what do we say about those who have the view that the previous ones that have been audited have not led to much? Mr. Hands.
Thank you very much. Winston, when you start off, congratulations. I know it's going to be very easy questions coming. But thank you very much for that recognition. I think, we have to acknowledge that we are here also partly because we have been less than vigilant. And now there's nothing that sharpens your focus more than money at the end of the path. So not only do we know that what we are doing is good for us, but you now have targets in which there will be release of resources that are required. And I'm praying that beyond that, we should be able to ensure that these audits and responses will be done well. I actually don't have the numbers for climate financing, but you know that I think there's a summit in Paris this coming week in which the President is chair of the Climate Vulnerability Forum and the Minister of Finance for the V20, in which we are looking at these country prosperity plans to find ways to bring more resources in. So the ministry itself is considering an enhanced climate financing division, because that's the way things are going. So we'll watch this space. I think we'll be doing a lot more there. Domestic debt exchange. I think if the question it's about cocoa bills, that's for sure. We're going to do that. About the domestic debt, the US dollar denominated domestic debt, we are going to do that. So that's for certain will happen. With regards to the Financial Stability Fund, the expectation really on our side is that we'll be successful with the World Bank by September. for the $250 million, in which we would also have our counterpart financing to support that. But in the program, it's almost up to 2.6% of the GDP as a buffer in the event that things are more difficult than they are, but I'm sure we can contain that. So that's what it is with the domestic debt and the fund. So yes, the World Bank issue is by September. The Treasury bill market, it's a good question. Is it defeating the purpose? Not when you have moved from 35% to 20. Do you get me? So you are gradually finding a way in which you are reducing the rates. It can't just kind of drop like that. But that's a huge change of 15.5 percentage points. And as our revenue base gets stronger, we should be able to reject, prices that do not fit the bill. But it will take a while to gradually bring it to where we can support it in the long term. But your objective is, as you increase your revenues and manage your expenditure, then you really are targeting going down, around inflation or below that. That's where we are, and it's 8 plus or minus 2% in the medium term. That's what we'll be targeting. Then the issue about sacrifices by central government. I guess it becomes really hackneyed when you talk about reducing government officials or executives' salaries, etc., stepping down the vehicles that are being used. The truth of the matter is that really between salaries and remuneration for the government system and the interest rates that we were paying was consuming all of the revenues that we had. So these actions about looking at productivity, so that at least if you pay, you are getting a return back, and then cutting down the interest expenditures to give that fiscal space are key enablers, for us to move forward. And then the reviews that we are going to do is at the heart of the questions that are being asked, and we expect that when those reports are in, we will do that. SOEs, you raised a good point, deja vu. When can we get this thing? And it's actually quite instructive, because in Korea, at a certain point, they told the SOEs that there's no money, they better go to the stock exchange. And that just changed the whole type of boards that they have, CEOs, accountability to individuals in the country, not just, to the government. And so we need to drive at that. So this renewed energy under the framework of this program, I think really is what we should be driving at. Because GIF, you are right, and Development Bank, you are right, become, anchors for proper financing to get it out of government. But the reason why we talked about general government financing is that now it affects my books directly, and to be able to get my 55% by the time of the program, I need to make sure that they are not borrowing. So there will be added focus on that, but not because we want to manage. And therefore strengthening of SIGA and the minister responsible for that. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah. White folks and their problems. That's not where my mind is. Yeah.
Honourable Minister, I want to thank you for your time and your deputies, the Minister of State, your directors, our friends. We're also grateful that you've made time to be with us and to capture the Minister's thoughts. We pray you to share them with our public, in particular, so that everybody will see their role in the task ahead of us. It's not for one person to achieve, it's for all of us to achieve together. So I want to thank you for your time, and we wish you all the best. Thank you for being with us.
You to read, in Sorbonne, where it's called The Man in the Arena, where we need to dare greatly for our country and to spend ourselves in a way because, and it's going to be difficult, but it is, I believe, the way to go. So let's all really rally to rebuild, our walls. We are also very clear about the mutual prosperity dialogue to bring private sector at the center of it, and ensure that we all are keepers of the public purse. But I am confident that we are on a path that is strong. There's just strong support internationally, and we ourselves need to step up the game. I'm sure we can do it with God's help. Thank you.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Somebody's on the label to work is work. You understand? Don't see it as the label is giving you the platform or the opportunity. You are there to work, because when the money starts coming, the label is gonna take their cut. You get it? So it's not any adum now BL. Why would you make bangers and then you're hungry? No. Let's be honest. Like, how much are you spending on your single? And then now you have to go spend some. Even some of the labels are suffering in Ghana. You understand? Like, some just have the name and they are not really doing much.
What is the craziest rumor you've heard about yourself?
Oh, I heard I was gay. Yeah. I heard I was gay. That was like when I started music.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on. You name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Now,
Obek Kanukre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite bedroom.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian, tell the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar akofino, download to Lemonade Finance.
It's a good time for the NDC to come back to power, because if the economy is that bad, would you be able to fix it when you return?
We're not definitely going to fix it, but slowly.
Slowly.
We'll fix it in a better way.
Welcome to our second part of our conversation with Mr. Kojo Bonsu. It's been interesting so far. The first part, we talked about his days in Kumasi, growing up in Kumasi, in Tamale as well, and his time in the UK, where instead of going to school, decided to hustle on the streets of the UK, but ended up becoming a very successful man through that. Made a lot of money at a very young age, he says. And we also touch base with his attempts to be flag bearer, the chances of the NDC in the upcoming elections. We're 16 months away or so to a major election. The chances of the NDC, the role that he wants to play when the NDC returns to power. That is, if they are able to, and he's convinced that they will come to power. Mr. Bonsu, thank you once again for your time. We had to continue this because we usually don't get people like you. Are very busy to get. So once we get you, we have to do a two-part series. But let's talk about your business side. A lot of businesses are complaining that this has been very difficult, challenging, period in their existence. The government says this is because of COVID. This is because of the Russia-Ukraine war, and every economy is struggling. You're a businessman. Is it true that this is the most difficult economic climate in your lifetime?
The most challenging, yes. If you talk about Ukraine and COVID, before COVID, we had a lot of business problems.
Okay.
So I wouldn't see why the government always talk about COVID and Ukraine, Russia and Ukraine war. It's the way they've handled things.
Okay.
They haven't put their mouth where it fits. They haven't cut their coats according to their size. Unnecessary expenditure that has brought Ghana into the situation.
Okay.
We waste money. So definitely the citizens of this country would have problems.
Are your businesses struggling personally?
Like crazy. My businesses are struggling. Even this morning, I just had a meeting with one. I'm even going to close now.
Really?
Yes.
People are going to lose their livelihoods.
What can I do? Because I cannot have all the problems all the time. And it's all because government has done things a bit differently. NDC in government doesn't do that. We don't spend unnecessarily. I always use this example. If, let's say, you had a rosy job, you're being paid well, and you lose your job. When you come home, you don't want to live the way you were living before. Like, if you have to go back to Kenke and fish and pepper in the morning, no lunch in the afternoon, evening, you have some oats or something to sleep, you'd do it, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But this government, just unnecessary expenditure. I see government's convoy, 57 Land Cruisers. You have to quantify the costs of each Land Cruiser by $180,000 multiplied by 12 cities times 57. It's quite crazy. You see, the Queen or Prince Charles moves with only 4 vehicles, with 2 dispatch, 1 in front, 1 at the back. Why can't we do that to save the country money?
All of you do that, both NDC and MPP.
It doesn't matter. If I'm the leader of my party, then it's going to change.
Okay.
Because we have problem. Kids sitting on the floor studying, no decks, nothing for kids. Textbooks has a problem. So why don't we save the money to support them? Then when things get better, yes, we can live lavishly. That's what I believe in.
The party food soldiers say, it's not, you can't say because you are in
if you are
debt.
giving money to Kafu Didi or food soldiers, it doesn't mean that you are buying huge vehicles, flying in aircraft that has beds and bathrooms and everything. It's unnecessary. Those are not, food soldiers' money are not issues that I'm talking about.
Okay.
You have to create jobs for them to be happy. We are not doing it. A minister travels with 15 people to the UK or to America. Why is it so? Whereas COVID that you're using as a problem area has come to show us that you don't need to travel to do business anymore.
Yeah.
Zoom, you could sit down, have the meeting. If it's a contract, they can email the contract to you. If you have to sign, you can sign and courier it. Than to take 10 people to Europe, hotel bills, feeding, per diem, hasn't come. Is it not money saving? Is it not money saving? I will expect an answer from you.
It is, obviously.
Yes. So if we do that, we'll save a lot of money.
Are you also disappointed in the finance minister? He's more or less the one responsible for the economy. Many says.
I mean, I heard he's going to resign after 3 weeks when the World Bank approves the facility, and he's still there. I think he should go.
But he hasn't personally said that.
The president said that on a national broadcast, that after the World Bank meetings and facility, he will leave, and he's still sitting there.
I think it's the MPs his own party MPs who wanted him out are those who were saying that. That's what the president
after that, the president had a broadcast. One of the fellow Ghanaians.
The COVID update.
Yeah,
okay.
He said that.
Okay.
That his own people
I don't
are calling
remember,
for
but I want to.
No, they are calling for his head, and he said, okay, let's give him 3 weeks. When he finishes,
wraps up the IMF deal.
Then he will listen to them.
Okay.
For them to go.
You think it's been a disappointment?
He has.
He also makes the excuse of the COVID and that the first 3 years.
Before COVID, he was messing up.
He says the first 3 years.
That's when they were chopping the money.
Do you think that it's a good time for the NDC to come back to power? Because if the economy is that bad, would you be able to fix it when you return?
We're not definitely going to fix it, but slowly.
Slowly.
We'll fix it in a better way.
Okay.
That one. We always come and fix the system, and they mess it up. When they come, they chop all the money.
They also say the same about you.
No, what do? We have done many things. We have done a lot for this country. When it comes to controlling our economy, making sure the finances are good, NDC is for it.
Okay.
But MPP, they don't even care.
They say they put a lot of money in free SHS, a lot of infrastructure.
Who told them to come and do free SHS?
It was a big campaign promise.
And that is what is killing us.
You think so?
Yes.
You mentioned children not going to school when you went to the north and all of that.
Yeah, if
Free
you're not
SHS
going
is
to
supposed
school,
to go
you
encourage.
you give parts of payment, school fees payment, or find a way of handling it.
Okay.
Then you get more people of going to school than to go 100%, as free SHS, tuition free, accommodation free, everything, school uniforms free.
Okay.
So it's something that, I mean, you can't do it.
Okay. What would the NDC do differently? Do you know what President Mahama intends to do differently? I mean, he's been president before.
Yes, I wouldn't want to talk for him.
Okay.
But I think we all will give him the necessary support to be able to fix the system.
Okay.
And he's doing it already. He's done it many times before, so he can do it.
Let me ask you this question. For a candidate who has only one term, is it a good idea to use him for this election, or for him to be the flag bearer?
What I don't want to talk about, it's something that the majority of the delegates or the party people have decided that we need to bring him.
Okay. Even if it is one term?
Yeah. A person like me cannot say no. That is why we tested it. And majority loves him.
Okay.
So that argument doesn't come. We've finished the primaries, so let's move ahead and see what would happen.
Okay. What about the role of the vice president or vice presidential candidate? Is it going to be an important decision for the party who becomes the vice presidential candidate?
I don't think so. I mean, in our party, the prerogative of the flag bearer is very important. I mean, he's the one who makes the decision. And I think whatever person or whoever he decides to choose, he'll go and tell the elders of the party and they'll give him the nod.
Do you think that person should be somebody who could carry on from when he's leaving office? Because then the person would have some name recognition.
I think we're going too much
Ahead
into
of
the
us.
future.
Okay.
Let's cross the bridge. Let's get to the bridge, we'll cross it.
Okay. So after the primaries, do you believe that the ranks have been closed? Do you think the issues, whether real or perceived, with people like Haruna and people like Muntaka have been resolved?
Oh, I think these are normal things that happen. I think it's been resolved.
You think so?
I mean, yes, I'm sure even on Saturday, Muntaka is doing a unity walk to bring people together.
Okay.
So I think it's something that has been solved. And because we all want to win power in 2024. So everybody would come on board for us to achieve what we want.
What's your view on this conversation about dual citizenship and the fact that we need to move into an era where it doesn't matter whether you're a dual citizen, one of your MPs, this as in not election, it's as a result of one of these things. What's your opinion on it?
I would want us to shelve it for now because it's a promise and we need to discuss it before we put it in our manifesto.
Okay.
It's not a done deal yet, so let's look at it. I don't want to comment before the time is up.
Okay. When you look at our football, and I want to touch on all your parts, your political part, your business part, and your sports administrator part. You've been a sports person, worked at the National Sports Council, National Sports Authority. When you look at our football now, whether you are a former administrator or still an administrator, what's your impression of our football, our sport in general?
I think they've now looked at it very well. So I'm sure they're now building on how, I like the way Chris Houghton is handling our national side. And let's see, let's give him some 2 years and see how he builds the team.
Okay.
I think for now, I'll be rushing to say things. Let's see. The team was very together during the last World Cup, even though we didn't win and cross to the next level. But I believe that the cohesion of the team was good and it could be better from now.
Okay. But that's with the Black Stars. But generally, our sports, I mean, many say
I've heard
politicians do not appreciate the impact of sport on the economy.
Yeah, that is true. I've heard that we're going to host all African Games.
Yes. But
I believe that we should hold on to it. It's waste of money The country has a lot of problems now. But I believe that we should start training our people. Athletics, boxing is okay. We need to build on it. You know, other things like hockey, we used to be very good in hockey, table tennis, all is lacking behind now. And we need to build it. We should have a school of excellence. Years back, we used to have the specialist school in Winnipeg.
Yeah, the Winnipeg.
But I think we should do a University of Sports Excellence like in Cape Town, Stellenbosch.
Okay.
Then we should do something like that here to train the people. Look at Jamaica. Jamaica is winning all the 100 meters and 400 meters, 200 meters. I think we should build a school of excellence for sports. Then we start training people. We catch them young and we grow.
Okay.
So I think that's what we should do. Sports is lacking behind a lot now. And I believe that in my manifesto, I have that I'll build stadia in most of the 275
districts.
230 districts.
Okay.
I'd want to do that so that people who are not going to school, who have talents, can be trained. Now, if we have a school of excellence sports, the professors or the lecturers would go into all these places to train people. And we have something like what is in Jamaica, Montego Bay, to train our athletes so that we'll be excelling in international
competitions. All right. This is still the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV with me, Daniel Odro. My guest, Mr. Kojo Bonsu. We've been touching on all the aspects of his life as a businessman, as a politician, and also as a sportsman. He has a lot of experience in all these fields, and we've been touching on them. We'll go for another break. When we return, we'll have about 15 minutes to wrap up our conversation. We'll delve more into the sports aspect because he's attempted to be FA president before, and also his time at the National Sports Authority. The state of our stadia and our sporting facilities was under the care of the National Sports Authority, is under the care of the National Sports Authority. What are the lessons that he learned from there that he can pass on? Stay with us. We're back after this break.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcake, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to the final lap of our interview with Mr. Kojo Bonsu. It's been quite revealing. I'm sure you are enjoying yourself. And we're about 15 minutes away to complete our interview. Mr. Bonsu, recently I saw on one of the television networks, he calls it, I think it's a Seapond Sports Stadium. It's been left to rot. The Tamale Sports Stadium also left to rot. You worked at the National Sports Authority. That is the custodian of all the sports facilities in this country. Why is it so difficult for us to maintain our facilities?
You see, I believe that, one, we have to commercialize it to be able to run it very efficiently. The government subventions don't come. So the leaders there must think commercially. Otherwise, Ezipon will rot, Tamale will rot. Accra has a lot of activities, so they should look at it commercially.
But even Accra has activities. They struggle with paying ECG. Sometimes the facility is taken off the national grid because they are owing, the grass is not green, the washrooms at the Accra Stadium not in the best of shape.
Yeah. So if you are doing a commercial venture, you have to charge fees that will be able to commensurate with those costs.
Okay.
So I'm sure that is what they are not doing. Because if you hire the stadium for 10,000 to somebody, it wouldn't even finish cleaning. You can't use, the money won't be enough for you to use it for cleaning and making sure the field or the soccer field even works. So you have to charge costs in a way that you'll be able to make profit or even
be, if you like,
be in equilibrium.
Yeah. But what are some of the things that you did at the National Sports Authority?
You see, the mindset was a bit different. So I started training them on how to approach things commercially, how to look at businesses, not to look at that and sit down and sleep on the job and say government will bring money. No. So I changed the idea so that we can look at it more commercially.
Okay.
So everything must be commercial business so that if government doesn't bring money, we have money to run.
Okay. But why must government not bring money? Government gets money to do other things. Why do we not pay attention to the sport?
You see, yes, it's all about leadership and where money is. It's all about that. So if government sees that he's not getting any good attention there, or he's not doing anything that will help the country, they put the money here. They put it in education or health.
Okay.
You see, but government should also see, maybe because we are not doing well, but if we look at it and invest in it, train people very well, we'll get the rewards.
Okay.
So that thing that hasn't helped the system is that government doesn't see anything happening. Olympic Games, we are not getting any medals.
Yeah.
African Games, we are not getting medals. So,
but we pump money in the Black Stars. Millions of dollars.
Maybe Black Stars is seen that everybody is supporting it.
Yeah.
World Cup comes, they do well.
Yeah.
Get to the last time we go to a quarterfinal stage. So, no, the last 2010.
2010.
So that is how they see it. I mean, I cannot speak for government, but that is a problem with all governments. They're not putting money into it.
So in the future, when you become president, this is going to be central. This is going to be an important part of your...
I would want to, you see, for the 4 years, you want to break it up. The first year, this is what you want to achieve. Second year, like this, So the School of Excellence is mine. I'll do a University of Sports Excellence.
Okay.
So that we would look at it, sit down, put a proper planning. This is what we want to achieve. This is what we want to achieve. And by the 4th year, we should be able to get, rewards out of.
So this is different from the Universal Sports College. It's not going to be an upgrade or a facelift of the Universal Sports College, but this is going to be a different facility altogether.
It is going to be a different facility. Like, you call it sports medicine, but I call it excellence.
Okay.
Training of all sports.
Okay.
So you make it like academic.
Okay.
Something like that.
You follow the GFA activities these days. You've attempted to be president before.
Yeah, I do. I follow it once in a while. I listen to what that's going on. I think this present FA has done a bit better. They've opened up things, and let's hope they get well.
Right. So, Ketokroku is seeking re-election again. He's done 3.5 years. He has his critics who say football is at its lowest, but he says he's done an amazing job. How do you look at his work? I mean, have you monitored his work?
I haven't really followed him, but if I'm looking at the National League, if I want to use that to sort of rate his performance, then I'll give him 55.
Okay.
Because you want to make the league interesting so that you can make money, for the clubs can make good money.
Right.
And if an FA cannot do that, as for the national teams, the government always sponsors, they give you money for it, so that one you can perform. But it's the league, that is where the issue is. You have to come up with a crazy plan that can make, we don't want it to be look like the English football, English FA, or the La Liga, but at least we have to get up to a certain standard. And that is how I measure an FA president, the league.
Okay.
So I'll give him 55%.
So what do you think he can do differently, he can do better? Because because his supporters say the economy this time does not even encourage corporate Ghana to invest, because corporate Ghana itself is struggling. So it is not their doing, it is a reflection of the economy.
So that is why we talk about leadership.
Yeah.
If things are tight, you find ways of going around it.
Okay. Okay.
So that's about leadership. So he should think of doing something good for him to be able to be maintained in the office.
Okay. How about Asante Kotoko? Do you follow Asante Kotoko?
I do. Recently they brought in a Burkina Faso coach.
Yes.
And I saw that it wasn't working.
Yeah.
As for Kotoko, we have too many problems, and I think we should look at that. I think we should develop a serious academy. 3 different academies, 13 to 14 or 15, 15 to 18, plus the national. We have to build academy and groom them very well and have proper plans, because they always want to bring in new people. If you compare Kotoko to Elali, Mamelodi Sundowns, El Merreikh, even of Sudan, Wydad of Morocco, Tunisia, and the Algerian teams.
Yeah.
I think we haven't done well at club level. And I believe that Kotoko has Olympics. My own team, Tamale Red United, should come up with something good.
So you follow both Asante Kotoko and RTU?
I'm a director of RTU, but I'm a fan of
Asante Kotoko. Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Talk to me about your work with Adidas. Did you work with Adidas?
Yes, I did.
How did you end up there, and how did that influence your work as a sports administrator generally in Ghana?
You see, Adidas, it's so interesting to work with Adidas.
Okay.
That's one of my most exciting times is working with Adidas. Let me tell you how it all happened. Coach Sunday was coaching Kotoko. I helped him to win the African Cup 83.
Okay.
The jersey they used to win the cup, I gave it to them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I was behind them. I was following him I was managing him and doing things. So after we won the cup, he went to Africa Sports in Ivory Coast.
Yeah.
So the owner of Africa Sports, Mes Simplice Sensu, became my friend. And he really called me the Prince of Ashanti. Because he loved Kotoko. So everywhere Kotoko went, he saw me there.
Okay.
So we became very close. Now, he had a very good friend called Bernard Tapie. He was the owner of Adidas at the time.
Okay.
So I saw that Black Stars were playing in jerseys that was sewn at Osu by a gentleman called Mengo. So anytime we played a match, we played the Moroccans or the Egyptians or anywhere, you want to exchange jerseys, it was an issue.
You can't. You have to go and wash it again.
It was an issue. So I spoke to my friend. He said, "Oh, Kojo, I can help you get a deal." I thought he was joking. In his office at that time, he made a call to France and spoke to Bernard Tapie.
This was which year?
This was, I think, 89, 88, 89.
Okay.
Spoke to Bernard Tapie, 87 years, spoke to Bernard Tapie. I was in Abidjan, so he spoke to the man and told him that, look, I have a Prince friend who I want him to come and see you in Paris so that you can work out a deal for Ghana soccer. I thought he was joking, so I had a friend, and I speak a little bit of French, so I spoke to the man on the phone and told me that I should prepare and come. So a friend of mine, Mr. Simplice, bought me a ticket straight to Paris from Accra. So I came back to Accra, and I spoke to Mr. Joe Latte, may he rest in peace, and Awuah Nyamiche at that time.
Yeah, Mr. Awuah Nyamiche, yes.
Yes. So I spoke to them, and I'm going to get them a deal. They didn't believe it. So my ticket came, and I flew to Paris. When I got there, at the airport, protocol was picking me up. Seeing things different. I said, wow. So they picked me up and told me that Mr. Bernard Tapie is prepared to meet me.
You are the prince from Ashanti.
Ashanti, yes. So Bernard Tapie wanted to meet me, but he has gone for a meeting in Monaco.
Okay.
So we have arranged for a plane for you to go to Nice, and from there they pick you up to Monaco.
Okay.
So when I went there, everything was done, protocol was arranged, so I get a whole big car, like some big man. In fact, I was really surprised, you know. So when I got there, I had a meeting with Bernard Tapet just for 30 minutes.
Wow.
He called his PA, he called his marketing manager. I still remember the man's name, Jean-Claude Choup. He called all the people that, look, Ghana, this is Prince from Ghana. That's how
This Prince thing worked.
It worked. This is a Prince from Ghana. The Ghana national team doesn't have equipment.
Yeah.
They don't wear anything. I'm committed that Adidas should provide equipment, so. Bam. So everybody took notes. Said, thank you, sir. So when I was going to my hotel, there was an envelope.
Wow.
Yes. At that time, when I was going, it's French franc.
Yeah.
My envelope was French franc that I should take for my expenditure, everything there. So I
they
stayed.
had to give you some spending money.
You didn't have to.
Yes.
So I stayed there for 3 days. So back and forth, I spoke to the teams, the individual people that, you know. So they said they were building a contract for me that I should take to the FA so that we can
sign
it and that sort of thing. So the third day when I was leaving, I had about 10 bags of Adidas equipment, shoes, everything. They had to even pay excess baggage for me at the airport because, you know,
things were plenty.
Things were too plenty. So what happened was, I came to Accra. I'd sent some sets and everything to Mr. Wenyamche and told them, Jolat, and told them that, look, a contract is coming. So you people should look at it if you are interested.
Yeah.
So in about 2 weeks, so I was dressing every day, Adidas, my polo shirts, my all different type of Adidas, you know. So I got the DK Mr. Adidas.
Oh, okay.
So in about the third week, Mr. Shoup came to Ghana. He had couriered the contract before. Okay. So I had taken it to them. They were happy. Because if you play African Cup of Nations and you are 4th or 3rd, you get some money. Semi-finals, you get some money. Finals, you get the money. Winners, you get some money.
Oh, yes.
So it was interesting. And all the junior teams, the Black Stars, the Black Meteors, Satellites, Starlets, everybody gets equipment when they are going to play.
Yeah.
You know. And I still think that Ghana should have done a lot for me because I was able to solve that problem of equipment.
Wow.
So the contract was signed, and I was also giving the permission to be representing Adidas in the whole West Africa.
Wow.
So all the clubs, like the Ivorian team, the Nigerian team, but they switched to Nike, Niger, Senegal. So I was moving around West Africa, making sure that every team...
Just a deal for Ghana now made you
do that thing.
Yeah.
So it was so interesting. And it was... Adidas is a company that if you work for... I had a credit card, American Express, black one, the platinum.
The black one, yeah.
That's what I was moving around with.
Wow.
And I could spend anything sensible, then they pay for it. So it was a good company. I really enjoyed working with them. So that is how Ghana got Adidas equipment, you know.
Wow.
And our first jersey was, we had to use normal shelf jerseys for some time. After Senegal 92, then they designed a special jersey for Black Stars. That's what the frill that you see Abedi Pele used to wear. They designed 3 different jerseys. In fact, 4 different jerseys continuous every term, every season and every season. We had good jerseys, good equipment, you know. So it's something that was very interesting.
Wow.
And I really enjoyed that part of my life with Adidas.
You've played your part as far as Ghana football is concerned, and I'm sure Ghana is grateful. And it's good that we tell this story.
Are they?
It's good that
we tell this story.
Are they grateful? I think they are.
Yes, I mean, we went to Tunisia, African Cup of Nations, Senegal. That one we went to finals. That is the finals that
Abedi Pele couldn't play.
Yeah, couldn't play. Yes, yes. And we went to South Africa '96. We went to Tunisia, we went to Egypt, we went to a lot of places. I mean,
wow.
It's quite interesting.
Anyway, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your time.
I thank you so much for having me. Viewers, this is part of my life.
Thank you. Thank you. We're grateful. I'm sure you've learned something that you didn't know about Mr. Kojo Bonsu. He's a man of many parts. When I started my introduction, that's what I mentioned. A businessman, a politician, a sports administrator, and now you know all the things that he has done in all those facets of his life. A hustler in the UK as well, and a prince, an unofficial prince of Ashanti. My name is Daniel Ojo. I hope you had a wonderful time. We're back another time with another edition of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Bye for now.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Somebody's on the label to work is work. You understand? Don't see it as the label is giving you the platform or the opportunity. You are there to work, because when the money starts coming, the label is going to take their cut. You get it? So it's not any adum now BL. Why would you make bangers and then you're hungry? No, let's be honest. Like, how much are you spending on your single? And then now you have to go spend some. Even some of the labels are suffering in Ghana. You understand? Like, some just have the name and they are not really doing much.
What is the craziest rumor you've heard about yourself?
Oh, I heard I was gay. Yeah. I heard I was gay. That was like when I started music.
Go of Ghana. Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. There's Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards, Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Ever goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Now,
Susu sang pine dear one to Nambia, a man in quite bedroom.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
We control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money.
Hello and welcome to Business Moment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Today we'll be talking about the real estate business here in Ghana. Don't go away, I'll be right back. Welcome back. I am at the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25, and I'll be speaking to the Chief Executive Officer of this beautiful estate. Her name is Kiran Daswani. Daswani, I hope I got the name right.
Yes, you did.
Hello, Kiran. Welcome to Business Moments.
Hello, how are you?
I'm
Thank
very
you
well.
for coming to visit us and join us here at the Greens today.
Thank you for having us as well. How long have you been in Ghana?
So I moved to Ghana in 2014.
Okay.
And I started a company called Alubond West Africa, where we used to cater to the construction industry. We used to do facades, so glazing, curtain wall, cladding. Company from Dubai called Mulk Holdings. So that's how I came to Ghana in 2014.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I think you've been in Ghana for, like, should I say, almost 10 years now. So I'm sure you might have had some favorite food of yours. What was your favorite Ghanaian food? Jollof, wache, kenke, which is which? Which one?
I love wache. I like
Okay.
jollof, and my favorite is light soup.
Oh, wow.
I don't know
That's
if that's a typical favorite, but my favorite is yes.
Oh,
I like
that's nice.
good light soup.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's nice. That's really nice. Spicy and all.
Little spicy.
Okay. All right. So then we are delving straight to business. We want to talk about the Greens Estate. What is the Greens Estate and what do you do?
So we actually founded the company in 2017. We came across a parcel of land that we acquired, and luckily we had no issues with the registration, the title, which sometimes happens to be a problem here in Ghana. Then an architect, when I actually first bought the land, we didn't really know what to do. So it was getting the architect, and he actually had a vision. So we had that as an option. We had reselling the land as an option, and we also had doing service plots as an option.
Okay.
Right? Because we were like, okay, this is not our trade. So we had three options, and we were very convinced with actually the architect's overview of what the estate could look like.
Okay.
Which was what you have visited today.
Oh, wow. So the plan was not to essentially start on the estate.
No.
Just wanted to acquire property in Ghana.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We just thought, okay, real estate, whether it's land or finished product, it's always a great investment, because I do believe that real estate is tangible. So it's a real asset that you can actually see. So we just bought the land, and then from there we have come quite far actually.
Oh, okay. That's nice. So prior to starting, I mean, after getting the advice from the architect about starting a real estate, did you dream of having such a big space or over 100 homes or units?
Not at all.
Okay.
And I remember an architect in Dubai actually said to me, once you start being a developer, you will never stop.
Okay.
So it's like you will never look back. And I was like, okay, that stuck here. And where we are right now, we've acquired another parcel of land right next to here, another almost 6 acres, where we'll be building another 75 homes. And we are also doing a joint venture with ANC Mall. They are developing ANC Village in OEB. So there we're also going to be building a residential complex within the ANC Village.
Okay. Yeah, so from my research, I realized you guys have a good taste when it comes to housing. I mean, the features are quite unique and all. What went into that thinking, or that the building, you know?
So definitely design, the architect has had the eye, and of course I think we also appreciate aesthetics, and we do believe that you don't necessarily have to spend extremes amount of money to have something looking good. So we do consider ourselves in the middle income bracket. So people mainly from the diaspora are our preferential buyers, and then professionals, doctors, people in the oil business, like people working for these companies.
Oh, okay. Did you face any challenges while starting up?
A lot of people asked me, like, how have you actually succeeded being in such a male-dominating industry? But I have been very lucky that I've been treated very well by, you know, the greater organization, the Ghana Real Estate, banks, clients. It's been quite smooth.
Okay.
And I've had a great team also. I mean, it's not just... Yes.
Kudos to the team as well.
Yes,
very
yes,
important.
Yes,
you should always have the right team for
yes.
your business to
Yes.
help it spread and
Yes.
grow to reach this level.
Yes.
Yeah. So I see you have quite a number of amenities. There's the pool area, there's the bar area, there's a playground for children. What went into that?
So again, I think coming from Dubai, like I'm originally Indian, but I am born and brought up in Spain, and I've been living in Dubai for the past 15 years also.
Okay.
So my husband lives in Dubai, and I am between Dubai and here. And I've always appreciated seeing, you know, gated communities where you have the amenities, so you don't have, especially for children, when they come home after school, they don't have to commute to go for swimming classes or tennis classes, or, you know, just hang out with your community, neighbors, friends. It's just safe. So that's why I think we also think that it's more a lifestyle than just amenities. It's like people that come here look to have a better lifestyle.
Okay. So meaning there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Whether mother, father,
Yes.
children,
Yes.
there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
yes.
I want to find out what makes you different from other, I mean, your company, the Greens Estate, what makes it different from other real estate companies?
So one thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages. Normally, developers contract or subcontract the construction to a construction company, and construction, it is like a very, very difficult industry to actually know what has gone into the construction. Like if we look at the wall, you don't know how much, what's the iron rods that are inside the steel, you don't know how many coats of paint. So there's a lot of, like, you can't really measure construction. So for us, we do our construction in-house, and I think that gives us an edge in controlling our quality and what we actually deliver to our clients.
Okay. I want to delve just a little bit personal. Have you always been interested in the real estate business?
I have.
Okay.
I have always admired, growing up, people that would get passive income. Like, I would be like, okay, so this gentleman, you know, he's collecting X amount of thousands of dollars or euros when we were in Spain. It wasn't his main business, but it would be like his passive income. He had invested in real estate. He was like older at that time, and he could just sit and just get that income. So I've always looked up to investment in real estate.
Oh, okay.
And again, like I said earlier, the fact that it is a tangible asset.
Yeah. But what's your clientele base?
Mainly
What are
diaspora.
your targets? Okay.
From the USA, from the UK. We've got some clients that have come from, actually even Ghanaians from Japan, from Israel, Canada.
Okay.
Mainly. I would say 80% of our clientele is from the diaspora.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So still on clientele base, you already have already made units, and you spoke about acquiring another land. So what if I'm your client and I do not want the house, but I want a land? Is there an option like that?
No,
Okay.
because as a gated community also, we believe that, we do want to protect your investment, and I think having the let's say like units that will be easy for you to resell in case of wanting to resell. It would be easier when it's all properties that are standard, not different colors, different styles, different designs. So that's why we don't sell land.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. You spoke about style. I see the houses are almost in the same style. What inspired that? Colors, style.
Yes. So the architect.
Okay.
The architect.
So an advice based on the architect.
Yes. So
okay.
he's the let's say the master behind the designs that you see, the colors,
Oh, all right. Okay, so it's been nice having you, Kiran Daswani. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Moments on GhanaWeb. Thank you for sharing your business with us, telling us what you put into it and everything that's got to do with your business.
Thank you so much
for coming.
Thank you.
When we return, we take a tour of the Greens Estate. Stay tuned. Welcome back, and thanks for staying with us. Well, this is the part where we take a tour of the facility. I believe you've been enjoying the interesting conversation so far, but we are going to check out what the Greens Estate Company has for us, so you would decide on the kind of house you want. I have with me here the project manager of the Greens Estate Company. He is Prince Nyako. Hello, Prince Nyako. Welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Welcome to the Greens.
Thank you. And what do you have for us? Take us on a tour.
Well, we have a lot to offer, and I think once we go on the tour, you should see what we have to offer.
All right. So
come with us.
He has a lot to offer. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so I've noticed something interesting when I entered. I realized the street names are named according to, the streets are named according to flowers. I see marigold, I saw tulip over there.
Yes.
Is there any inspiration behind it?
Well, the vision of the Greens was to, as the name suggests, the Greens. We are trying to project nature and give a refined living experience to our clients. And so that is the reason why we have named our streets also after nature. So we have the palm street, and as you can see, you have palm trees all labeled here. You have the tulip, marigold, and all that. So basically, that is the vision here.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. And I read your profile, And one of the things I saw was that building affordable houses. How affordable is the greens to the average Ghanaian?
Well, well, people may say that affordability is relative.
Okay.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank.
Okay.
That is what we've tried to do. And so we have houses ranging from 1 bed to 5 bedroom. Okay. And as much as possible, we try and control the cost by making sure that we do our own construction. We source materials from very competitive sources to be able to also beat down the prices for our clients. And so as we go along, you learn about the prices we have for
Okay,
clients.
sure. So whilst we are sourcing your materials, do you do local or international?
Basically, we do local. I mean, the vision of our CEO is also that we want to get the community involved. And so we have a lot of workers here who are Ghanaians, indigenous people, and then as much as possible we source our materials also from here in Ghana. Yes.
Okay. I think that's beautiful. At least there's some sort of employment for our local people here in Ghana.
Exactly.
And I've also noticed one thing. There's you are using particular colors. I see ash, I see white, and that color, is it light burgundy? Terracotta. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Is there a reason?
Well, I mean, we have a professional architect who does all our designs, and so the concept is to make sure that we have uniformity, and also not to have colors that are too, you know, pungent on the eyes. Exactly. Okay. So we have white, which gives you a brighter of the environment. I mean, we have grey, which is also like a bit of a shade of not too deep a grey. Okay. But so it just, you know, blends in. It gives you a very bright, you know, community.
Okay. Yeah. So as the project manager, what are some of the amenities house owners get to enjoy?
Okay. So maybe I'll take you there. But in here we have a swimming pool, a community swimming pool. We have a gymnasium.
Okay.
We have a multi-purpose court. And then we also have playgrounds, as you can see from behind me. We are yet to finish though, but we have some of these dotted all around, so you don't have your kids go outside to go and play. So we have some things like this for our kids to be able to also play. And then for the adult, we have a rooftop bar. Okay. We'll go and see that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's really beautiful.
How much went into all these?
Okay.
What plans went into putting these edifices?
Okay, so where we started from is where we actually started in 2017. So that was our first phase. So we have some 2 beds, 3 beds, and then 2-bed terraces. Okay, so that's ended the first phase. And then we have the second phase, which started from just opposite the first phase, all the way to house 57, just ahead of us. So that also comprises some 2 beds, 3 beds, basically. Yes, and so we have a mix of everything: 2 beds, 3 beds for our phases 1 to phase 3, and then ongoing we have some 1 bed as well. I'll show you that as well. It's very beautiful.
Okay. In terms of space, you know, some of us like our spaces. We like big spaces. I've noticed some of these real estate companies have quite smaller spaces. How big is your space?
Well, it's quite sizable. We have actually optimized the spaces we have, and so as you can see on my left, this is a typical 4-bedroom, which is part of our, you know, phase 3. You have your parking to your left here. You have the building there. You can go all around the building. You have also some greenery to your left as well. And so, I mean, we have really optimized the space, and definitely it is really a design for a family. I mean, yes.
Yeah, and for this particular house, I could see your client understood the concept, because I can see more greens actually in the house, and it makes it more beautiful.
Exactly. So as you can see, I mean, he's done a lot of, you know, additions to it. We have spaces for families to sit around for families. We have a lot of greenery around there. So there's a lot of space for families to be able to sit around and enjoy the facility.
Okay. I see quite a number of units around me. How many in total do we have?
Okay. So in total, we're doing a community of about 108 houses. 108 houses as we speak. We are on the last phase of it. We just have about 6 buildings to go. So those of you who want to be part of this community, you better run.
Rush while the deal is still hot.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. So we are heading towards
the phase 3.
The phase
I want
3.
to first show you the recreational area, so you appreciate what the entire community also comes with.
So when you talk about the recreational area, is it just one particular spot? Because you showed me one particular one. Is that the only place for the units?
No. So that is a playground for kids. Yes, and then we have an additional space where you have an open top bar. You have the gym, and then you have also a multi-purpose hall and a swimming pool. So that is where I'm taking you to now.
All right, so this is the recreational space, and like I said earlier, I actually thought it was a unit, a housing unit, but it really looks spacious. There's a pool, I think there's a tennis court. That's the bar you spoke about up there.
Exactly. I'll take you there to look at it.
All right, sure.
Very beautiful. But let me not catch you, but we also have apartment, 1-bed apartment here, a 3-bed apartment as well. So those of you who are looking to do some investments can consider a 1-bed apartment here.
That's fine.
For Airbnb. I mean, it will give
Airbnb,
you very good,
yes, I was going to ask if you do Airbnb. Okay, so take us round and let's see what you've got.
Yes, so here is a community pool. As you can see, it's all done. Ready for swim. I don't know whether you brought in the costume.
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Okay, and then we have the multi-purpose court here. So that's for long tennis. You can do basketball as well, and even volley.
How deep is the pool?
We have the deepest side is about 1.3 feet.
Okay.
And then we have very, very shallow, even for babies. You can sit on the staircases to your right.
Okay.
Yes.
But is this enough for the 108?
Oh yes, I mean
units?
This is about 15 by 8 meter pool. So quite, very big. It's quite big. Yes.
Okay, sure.
So the gym is not finished yet, but that is where the gym is.
Okay.
So we have about 162 square meters of gym space with washrooms, male and female, with lockers.
Okay.
Yes, it's not finished yet. So
yeah, I see.
And then up here is our open, rooftop bar.
Okay.
Maybe I can also take you there to look at.
Before we go to the rooftop bar, let's have a look at the 1-bedroom.
Okay.
Apartment or unit. So you have 2 of these, right?
We have 2 units of these.
Okay.
These are not completed yet.
Okay.
They are not completed yet, so maybe if
we can just have a fair idea
of what it is.
Of how it actually looks.
Okay.
Oh, I see some of the cabinets already.
Exactly. So it comes with an open kitchen. It's an open kitchen concept with an island.
Okay.
And then you have the sitting area here. Okay. You have a bedroom to your left. Yes. So you have closet space.
Okay.
You have a closet space here. That is the washroom.
Wow.
Yes.
The washroom is even spacious.
Exactly. And then the bedroom here. Exactly. A total of about 95 square meters.
Okay. So how much is something like this? Does something like this cost?
Yes. So this is going for a cool $109,000. $109,000.
$109,000.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so that's the staircase.
That's the staircase leading up.
Moving.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So how was it for you handling this huge project? I mean, how did you feel from the onstart and to where you've gotten to?
Well, I mean, for me, it's been an experience. My background is actually in quantity surveying.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah. And veering into project management has not been too difficult because our training really allows us to do that.
Okay.
And so we started off in 2017. As you can see here, we are building our last gate. And so, I mean, it's been a beautiful experience for me, a learning experience, and we thank God for it, for how far He's brought us.
Well done, actually. So tell us about the space.
Okay, so this is about 252 square meters of space.
Okay.
You have a pergola here for if you want to sit under a shade. And then we have a bar.
Okay, so this is where the bar will be.
This is where the bar is going to be. So we have also a kitchen as well, a kitchen in there. Then you have washrooms.
Okay.
We have about 4 slots of washrooms in there for visitors.
Okay.
It gives a very beautiful view, as you can see from here.
Yes, actually.
Up here.
So you can even watch your kids.
Exactly, play from here.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can watch your kids play from here.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it open to outsiders or just homeowners here.
Yes, so what we're trying to do is to be able to manage the influx of people from outside. And so we have an external gate that brings people from outside to come and enjoy the space while not disturbing the community. So as you can see, the whole recreational area is fenced.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a biometric, access system from outside into the estate. So once you're a member here, you can just access and come in here without necessarily going through the estate. Yes.
Oh, okay. Talking about fencing and all that, I would like to talk about security.
Yes.
How secured is the place?
Extremely secured. I mean, we have a 24-hour security. As you can see, you saw there, it's manned. We have a second gate here as well, which is also going to be manned. Okay. And as much as possible, we try to incorporate other things to enhance the security. So the perimeter fence wall is actually electrified. I mean, we have electrocuted ones. And then we're also adding on CCTV cameras into the estate and all that. And so just to enhance the security of the estate. All the street lights are solar powered. So that when there's blackout, you still have, some lighting.
That's good.
Yes.
That's a fair deal.
Exactly.
I mean, aside this space you have, is the Greens planning to move on to another space? Because I remember you told me this is your final unit or your final gate you're constructing.
Yes. So definitely yes. I mean, we are in this for the long haul. So as we can, just right behind these properties, we have a land there which is starting very soon. And I mean very, very soon. So those who want to book their units should talk to us. We have another one probably coming up in OEB as well. So, I mean, we have other developments coming up.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go back to the final phase of the whole project.
Yes.
How long is it going to take to complete the final phase?
So we're actually looking at, by June of this year, we should be out of here.
June of this year?
June of this year, we should be.
All things being equal?
All things being equal, we should be getting out of here. Yes.
Okay. So we were talking about drainage. I don't see the pipes. I don't see things I'm not supposed to see. Open drainages and all that. Yes. How was that? How did you
So as
do
our
that?
tagline goes, refined living. What we try to do is to keep a very safe environment for kids and also give a very hygienic, environment for our inhabitants. So what we've done here is that we have an underground drainage system, as you can see here. It also serves as a walkway.
Okay.
So all our drainages are underground. And then as I indicated to you last, all our street lights are also solar powered.
Exactly.
So when there's blackouts, the homes can have lights because they all have 1.5 kV solar panel, solar inverters, and then the street lights are also lit because of the solar lighting.
Okay, so meaning you're walking the talk of being an eco-friendly estate company.
Exactly.
Okay, that's amazing. So we are moving to a show house. Prince here is going to show us what exactly a house at the Greens look like. So come along and let's show you what's up. Okay, so this is a typical entrance.
Yes, so this is our 3-bedroom, known as the cedar. As I told you, all our houses are named after, nature, so cedar is the form of a tree.
Okay.
Exactly, so this is our 3-bedroom.
All right.
Yes.
Oh.
So
should I call this a grand entrance?
Exactly. What we have done is to give you a very big, it's our 1.3 meter door.
Okay.
It's quite very wide.
Okay. So where are we starting from? The hall?
Let's go to the living area.
Okay.
Yes, so very beautiful, I guess.
Yes, I see.
Exactly.
Neutral colors. Well, that's my kind of furnishing
a lot of people like these colors. Exactly.
Yes.
So what we have done, to your left here, you see a very big sliding door.